Hello friends, welcome to Coding Garden. I am CJ and today we're going to be working on some things that will help me with my IRL streams. Welcome in, glad to have you. Happy Tuesday to everybody. Thank you to Funny Boy for that 14-month resub, and Carlos Aguado with the 7 months, and Vignesh with that gift. Thank you very much, Vignesh. Welcome in everyone. So, I did several IRL streams last week. It feels like it was longer ago than that, but last week I did, I think, 4 IRL streams. So if you don't know, IRL stands for in real life, and it's a type of live streaming where I go out into the real world and I stream the things that I see in the places that I'm at. And thank you, Michael. Appreciate that. But this I was doing over on my W3CJ account. So if you check out my W3CJ account, there's 2 live streams that happened over there. Is this real life? So I did one stream where I was just walking around a lake. You can see like all of the nature and stuff like that. And then I did another stream where I was walking around in northeast Denver, and we were just looking at street art. So all the murals and stuff, and like graffiti and tags, we were just looking at that in the real world. So that was super fun. And I did some IRL streams on my Coding Garden channel as well. Not that. I did one where I was just walking through lower downtown and then a little bit of downtown. If you check out the stream VODs here on the Coding Garden channel. Yeah, there's this one where I was just walking around and then ate some ramen and stuff. And then I did this one where I walked my dog at the park. I live in Denver, Colorado. Yeah, and so I was actually amazed at the quality of the IRL streams. But with IRL streaming, there's a lot of things that can go wrong, like if you don't have good cell reception or different things like that. I'm trying to build tools that will help with that. And so I'll give you an example of this. So in the stream that I did, when was this? 3 days ago. I guess this was I did this on Thursday. So here, let's change this to 1080p. I had to chat. So first of all, the street art and murals in Denver are fantastic. Like a lot of these are actually like sanctioned by the city. Super cool. But early on in the stream, things went perfectly fine. So, and the thing is, whenever I was streaming, I'm only using one cellular connection. So I have a Pixel 6. It has a Verizon SIM card, and it uses 5G. So everything you're seeing right now is all just running over 5G, and it looks great. Like the frame rate is good. I'm not really dropping any frames or anything like that. Oh, and actually, this is one of my favorite ones. I'll show you this one. It's like Ancient Aliens with cat people. This one was really cool. But so the whole first part of the stream was great. But then later in the stream, for whatever reason, we started dropping frames and things got bad. I think I can show an example. Like right here. Yeah. So you see how all of a sudden the stream will do this. So when this is happening, there's actually dropped frames. And right now there's actually like a low bit rate. But I had no idea that this was going on. And so 5G is just the next generation of cellular data technology. 4G was the one before it. 6G is coming. Anything else is just conspiracy theory or whatever. But regardless, we're not talking about that. But you can see it's like super choppy now. And then also like the audio that was coming through was super choppy. And then it'll like skip frames and stuff like that. So what I want to do today is I'm going to build essentially like a monitoring tool that will see when the stream starts skipping like this, or when I get a low bit rate, and then it'll automatically switch scenes. Yeah, and so I'm not using a backpack. Like my whole plan was to use a backpack, 18G, but I actually am just using a single phone. So I have my Android phone, it's running Verizon, and then it's sending a stream back to the computer that's streaming right now, because this computer is at home. It has a solid fiber connection, so I'm actually streaming back to this computer, and then this computer sends the signal over to Twitch. But the idea there is if I ever get in like a really low signal area, um, or like I lose signal, or like it's I'm inside of a building and I can't get good cell reception, my computer at home should automatically switch scenes for me. It should say bitrate low, waiting on reconnect, and then also I want to see some chat messages from a bot that I'm gonna build that will tell me when that happens. And then also, like, because sometimes, like, it doesn't disconnect, but it is, like, really choppy. Like, we were seeing in some of these. It got really bad towards the end of the stream, too. I think, like, in here. Yeah, so, like, lots of screen tearing. But really, when you see that, it's just, like, low bitrate. And so, when that's happening, I want to see a chat message so I know that I need to find a place with better reception or, like, stop moving, at least for a second. And because right now I have no indicator that that's actually happening. So that's the plan for today, is I'm going to build a chat bot that's going to let me know when that happens. And I'm going to build an OBS panel or dock. I actually need to do the research today. So I'm gonna build the panel for here that will basically handle this for me. So this is OBS. This is Open Broadcast Studio. This is what a lot of people use to live stream. There's other software, but this is one of the most popular ones. But you can do things like set up... let's mute this. You have like your starting soon screen. I have my main, a scene that will show whenever there's low bitrate, and then a be right back thing. And I think I did, Mark, like I think one of the battery packs I was using just messed with the adapter for some reason. So yeah. And then I have like a thanks for watching scene. So the idea with OBS is you can set up all these different scenes. This is just for while we're coding, so I can show an example, but the fact that you see me go to like this scene, or you see like this scene, all of this is happening inside of OBS, but OBS is running over on that computer. This is separate so that I can use it for development. But I actually have, let me show it really quick. I have a camera running on my phone. So I just clicked record. Okay, there we go. So this is pointed at my desk right now. Let's take a quick stretch. Maybe it means bring ramen. So there's about 4 seconds of latency from the video stream going from my phone into OBS. So I'll show this like 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. But you can see my messy desk with all of the wires and everything. But this is basically what I'm doing when I'm out in real life. I'm holding this, and it's sending the signal back to my computer like this. So what we're gonna do now? Oh yeah, my red stapler. So what I'm going to do is I want to basically monitor this media source here. So this is my SRT live feed. This is a media source that's actually displaying that signal from my phone. And the server that I'm using for it has like a stats API, so I can know what my current bitrate is. And then I can also keep track of the number of dropped frames, and then inside of OBS there is an API that will let me know if this media source right here is connected or disconnected, and in the event that it disconnects, I can auto switch the scene to be right back. So that's the plan for today. That's what we're going to work on. There's a lot of stuff that I don't know how to do. There's a lot of things that I need to figure out, and that's what we're gonna do today. I will also say there's a lot of prior art here, so people have worked on similar things. And what I was using was the Loopy SRT Stats Monitor. So this is an app that Loopy750 wrote that basically does what I'm describing. However, it crashed a lot on my computer. And the thing is, like, it crashed while I was out in the real world live streaming, so I had no way to restart it. And then the other thing is, like, it's a completely separate application. And thank you, Shark Turnip. I appreciate that. So this is like a standalone app that's running on Windows. I think you can probably run it on a Mac too. But I want to build something that other people can use as well and doesn't require a separate app installation. So my goal is to make it so that You see each one of these panels. So like you have your scenes, your sources, your mixer, all of these. I want to make my own panel. I want to have a panel that appears like right here, and it lets the user choose between like what's the main scene, what's the bitrate scene, what's the be right back scene, and then they'll just be able to add that inside of OBS. They don't need to install any separate app. That's my main goal with this. There are some other tools from Beck, and there's a few other IRL streamers that like have written tools and stuff. But a lot of these tools all require a lot of configuration, and it requires an app running outside of OBS. So I want this to be as seamless as possible, and I also want non-technical people to be able to use this, because a lot of these live streaming tools require like configuring a JSON file. Let's see if we can see the example in here. Like, I'm a developer, and I don't even want to configure a JSON file. I think you can... Where does the JSON file go? See if I can find it. I don't even know where it is. But in order to get this thing working, you technically need to create a JSON file and then manually edit it. I don't want to. I'm a technical person, and I don't even want to do that. So I want to make this extremely user-friendly and usable for people that are not technical. That's my goal today. And just real quickly, I will talk about the tech. So somebody asked, like, what apps am I using? So if you click the link here talking about my backpack, which is not a backpack, it's just a phone. There are a couple of Android apps. So I'm using this app called Lyrics Broadcaster, which allows me to send a stream. Was it config.ini? Yeah. And then is it in here? I don't even know. I forget how I even... Oh, actually, you know what it is? I think when you download the release. Yeah, because the release is the compiled version of it. When you download the release, it puts creates a file in your home folder that you need to modify. Yeah, so that's the thing. Okay, what was I going to say? Oh, yeah, so if you check out this link, it talks about the apps I'm using. So Lyrics Broadcaster is the app running on my phone that is sending this signal to OBS right here. So that's sending the signal. Well, and it's not actually sending it directly to OBS. It's sending it to SRT Live Server, which is an app that I actually just have running inside of Docker. So right here, this is running. This receives the stream from my phone, and then inside of OBS, it has this live feed, which allows it to view it. Yeah, you haven't missed much. I'm just giving a technical background of all the things. So there's that. So that's how the stream is happening, and that's really the only thing we're going to be focusing on today. The other app I was using is called IRL Chat, and that lets me view chat on my phone, and then also allows me to add overlays so I can hear alerts or see like follow events and stuff like that. But the main issue I had with IRL Chat while I was out streaming was pretty often whenever I would get bitrate drop or like low dropped frames, the chat would also disconnect. And when the chat disconnected, I missed a bunch of messages. Because you may not know this, but the way that Twitch chat works is through IRC. And with IRC, you have to be connected to the server to get the messages that came through. If for whatever reason you lose signal, you're going to miss all of the chat messages that came through while you didn't have signal. And that's another thing that I want to fix. Where essentially I'll have like an IRC relay server where it queues up messages, and then if my client hasn't downloaded them yet, it'll keep them queued up. But eventually, if I get connection, it'll download them again. And ultimately, it'll make it so that I don't miss chat messages. So if I go offline, when I come back online, I get chat messages. Because right now, IRL chat doesn't do that. It just gets the chats directly from Twitch IRC. But you run into that issue if you disconnect, you miss chat messages. And then I'm also using this app, which lets me control OBS remotely. So like I mentioned, this piece of software here is called OBS, and there's lots of things you can do, like switch scenes, or like mute an audio input, or hide a video input. There's lots of different things that you can do. And this mobile app lets you connect to OBS remotely and do things like change scenes, or start streaming, or stop streaming. And so basically I use this to start the stream when I'm out in the real world. Okay, that's all of the background. If you showed up late and you missed some of it, I apologize, but I'll do my best to try and answer your questions as we're going. Yeah. Yeah, and so SFMO is mentioning, like, yeah, so how come, like, if I refresh this page, it actually does show me the chat history, or it usually does, yeah. Because I'm the broadcaster, it shows me the chat history. That is an undocumented and non-public API. So Twitch is technically storing all of these chat messages in a database somewhere, but they don't make that available publicly. Basically, if you want to get access to the chat publicly, or you want to build an app that gets chat messages, the only way to do it is through Twitch IRC. But yeah, you can tell, especially if you're watching a VOD, you can see that they store those chat messages somewhere, but that's actually separate from IRC. And technically, you could look at the network traffic and figure out what APIs they're using, but they're not public, and it actually is against the Twitch developer terms of service to use those non-public APIs. So that's the thing. But we probably won't get to that today. The thing we're going to focus on is getting these scenes auto-switching inside of OBS. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, it's good. Glad to hear that, recent online. And that's the thing, like, I'm new to the IRL space. I know IRL Wiki is a really good resource with lots of stuff that I've been looking through. Modified version of Lyrics Broadcaster. See, and this is basically what I wanted to build eventually, right? This is down the line, but basically what I wanted to have is an all-in-one app, right? So Lyrics Broadcaster is the thing that sends the video signal, but it would be great if chat was inside of that app as well, and if I had notifications and overlays inside of that app as well. Yeah, I know, Oscar. There's lots of old PRs that I haven't closed. Oh, this is from you? You did this? You did this? I mean, I haven't touched that app since then. So right now, the thing we're going to work on today is just, ultimately, it's just going to be a web page, but it will appear as if it lives inside of OBS. That's my hope. That's what we're going to build today. Eventually, I do want to build a mobile app, but I hadn't seen IRL Pro. And then it has SRTLA bonding? What? I had no idea this existed. I'll have to check it out. This is great. Who said that? Recent online. Thank you. Thank you for the link. I'll definitely check this out later. Because this sounds like it'll fix a lot of my problems. I don't know if they have the auto scene switcher or anything like that, but looks really cool. Okay. Let's say hi to everybody. We'll take a step back, say hi, welcome everybody in, and then we'll start writing some code. And I think ultimately we are going to be using the OBS browser types. So I won't have to install a package. C# Fritz, welcome in. Welcome in, Raiders. Glad to have you. We're just getting started. But what I'm working on today are some, basically a plugin for OBS. So this is actually streaming from my phone, and it's pointed at my desk. Hey, Robert Tables, what's up? It's been a long time. Welcome in. Yeah, look at all the live coders. Click those links in chat. Definitely click those links in chat. But so I'm streaming this from my phone to OBS, and what I want to do is I'm going to be building not an overlay, like a dock, a panel inside of OBS that will automatically switch scenes if things go wrong. So and everyone's seeing an ad. Let's take a pause. Let's everyone take a sip of what you got. take a quick stretch. You thought it was a 3D render scene? Yeah. Well, look, I have my red stapler. My red stapler. You can see there's about like a 4-second delay between the video coming from my phone into OBS, but the idea is like I can literally take this anywhere in the world and it's streaming back here to my OBS instance. Cool. But what were you working on? C# Fritz, thank you for that raid. I'm going to detect when something bad is going on. Exactly. So dropped frames or low bitrate. You're working on chatbot, Twitch analytics, and database performance. Nice. And Thindal, welcome in. All kinds of live coders. Thank you. Welcome in, all live coders. We're going to shout you out one at a time. We're going to do our best. And mods, if you can help me. Maybe you already did that. Yeah, so whenever the C# Fritz shout out is done, do Robert Tables. Though I don't know if Robert Tables has streamed in a while, but still shout him out. And then also F. Bucheros and Thindal. All that good. Database slowdowns. Sounds not fun. Welcome in, Thindal. Yeah, I know a lot of people were seeing ads. Yeah, the ads should be over now. Okay, welcome to my stream. I'm Coding Garden. I write various types of code, and lately I've been really interested in IRL streaming. So I recently did some IRL streams last week where I went out into the real world and just walked around and just walked around. I've acted like humans do, and I walked around. But I'll show you some of the VODs really quick. This first one was the first test, and it actually went really well. There were barely any dropped frames or low bitrate. So IRL stands for in real life, and there's a lot of streamers on Twitch that do this, where essentially they will just go somewhere and stream while they're out and about. And so this one I just did like in lower downtown and in downtown Denver, and I also ate some ramen. And then the day after that, I took my dog for a walk, and I was able to show the chat my dog in the park that we were walking in. And here, I'll give you this link will let you see those VODs. And iFills, thank you very much for that sub. Appreciate you. But so basically, I can do this, and this involves some various technologies. I have all of it written up over here that talks about what I'm using, and today we're going to be building some tools that helps with that. The other thing is instead of doing the IRL streams on the Coding Garden channel, I know there are some people that really only want to tune in for coding. So I'm actually, since then, have been doing IRL streams over on my personal channel. So if you want to follow the IRL streams, I might be doing one this afternoon. So basically after this stream is done and after we get this OBS plugin thing working, and then after I eat lunch, I'm going to go out in the real world and we'll test it out. But if you follow over on this channel, that's where I'm going to go live. And so I did a couple of streams there. One, we just walked around a lake here in Denver, which was pretty fun. And then this one we did on Thursday, where I walked around and looked at all the street art and murals around Northeast Denver. But that's where we really ran into the issues. And I think the main... what's happening? It's trying to load this video. I think so. The main issue with streaming, like in a city and around buildings and stuff like that, is and thank you for that, Drills. Yeah. Well, my basement is real life, and honestly, my basement is a really good test of like my cellular connection, because it gets a ton of dropped frames down here. But I was showing chat, like there's a certain point where we just really started losing bitrate. And it was super choppy, like this. Like this happens. And when this happens, I need to know. And right now, I have no way of knowing when stuff like that is happening. And so, first of all, this is going to automatically switch scenes if it's happening. And then if we have enough time today, we're going to build a chat bot that sends a message in chat that lets me know, hey, a Faraday cage? Oh, to block the signal? Oh, I could probably figure something out. Yeah, I probably have some metal around here that I can like force it to drop frames. But yeah, okay. So that's all of the background. I just got started a few 30-ish minutes ago. So we're going to say hello to everybody, and then I'm going to start writing some code. If you would like me to acknowledge you, to say hello, you can say hi, hello, hey, yo, cheers, greetings, hi, what's up, what's up, morning, afternoon, evening, howdy, good day, coding hi-yo, fo hi-yo, or boga hey. If you write a chat message and it matches this regular expression, I will notice you. Let's go back in time. We're going to go back in time to 51 minutes ago. SQL Gordster was the first to say hello. What's up, SQL Gordster? Welcome in. Hello, Mark and Cesar and Crafty Becky. What's up, Coder Muntahai and Pop Plip and Salahuddin and Demerka and Acid Spark and Stony Eagle and Prasanth and Tankamanin and Shark Turn Up and Greenie and Pablo and Pete and Unknown and Alex and Percy and A Random Tim and Mr. Whiskers and Daddy Ray and Zolo and Aristos and Zyrus and CKC Richard and Vanix and Platnot Pratt and BT Bab and I Fills and What's Up Fob and Distant Sense and BTRSL and Bajosi and SF Mo and Zayad and Robert Tables, hello, what's up, Vignesh, and Mike the Tree Climber, and Nyajaman, and Zeleno, and Kev Jumbo, and Ozzy Boy, and Pohitan, and the She-Boss, and Trailer Trash, and Googe Propful, and Star-Lord, Gigi. Welcome in, everybody. Glad to have you. Lots of first-timers. Wow. Berlina, hello. What's up, Huge Spider, and Geek Developer, and Schmucky. Welcome in. Your normal greeting is Rue? What does that mean? And what's up, Kelvin? Welcome in. So I don't have any updates on Coding After Dark. I wanted to do it, and then I got busy with other stuff, but I'll do it eventually. I don't know if anytime soon, though. And what's up, Crazy Vulcan? That means hey. Well, Rue to you too, Kelvin. Okay, let's write some code. Now, inside of OBS, it has this thing that says custom browser doc, and it lets you give it a name and a URL. I've never used this before, but I think this is going to be our way in. This is how we're going to change scenes and detect that things are happening. You may not know this, but OBS also allows you to do overlays. So actually, let me see what the drop game URL is. And thank you, the She-Boss. Thank you very much for those 2 gifted. So the fact that you see this alert right there, that's a custom overlay that I wrote. And so inside of OBS, you can add a source called a browser source. We'll call this like alerts. And then you give it a URL. It can literally go to any URL. In this case, this is literally just being hosted on my computer. And then we can give it some dimensions. And now it's there. You don't see anything right now, but when an alert happens, that actually is inside of this browser source. So this is literally just a web browser that looks transparent, but when an alert happens, it will appear and it gets overlaid on top of the video. So that's a browser source. But the thing that we're potentially going to be working with are called browser docs. And I think it works the same way, but we're going to figure that out now. So let's just generate an app really quick, and then see if we can get it loaded into that browser doc. So, yeah, and everything is running on my computer. So you see that this is a 10 dot address. This is known as a local IP address. This is on my network. There is no way for you to get to this computer. I guess unless I had like port forwarding, which I don't. But this is on my network. It's not public. So for this app, I want to use Vue. So we're gonna generate a Vue app really quick. And then lately, the latest Vue CLI actually uses Vite. Yeah, everyone just ping that address. Try to DDoS me. And basically, you'll probably just be hitting a computer on your network or a computer that you can't access at all. So we're going to generate a Vue app. Let's go. No Tailwind, no Dino. And I'm not even going to... I know there've been a lot of people like, you're making a joke and all that stuff. I don't got time for that. We're going to get this thing working. So I'm going to call this OBS OBS Auto... OBS IRL Scene Switcher. It's self-explanatory. We actually are going to use TypeScript today, so that'll be fun. And I don't think I need a router for this. This is literally just going to be a single page that has all of this stuff. Yeah. Oh yeah, Findal, and yeah, I'll show you. I do think it's going to work, and that's why also another thing is like I don't want to have to use the OBS WebSocket API, which is another thing. But inside of browser sources, you actually get access to window.obs studio, and that is a global variable that has events that you can listen for, and then it also has methods you can call, like get control level and stuff like that. So that's my hope. That's my hope. That's my hope. Immortal Box, thank you for that Prime. And there you see it. You see the overlay happening. I'm gonna go ahead and just remove this so it doesn't happen twice. Okay. We may or may not use Pina, but I'll add it, and then we aren't gonna have any testing. It's gonna be a super simple page. Literally is get the list of sources, get the list of scenes, get the list of media sources, and then allow the user to configure it. We'll add ESLint, we'll add Prettier. Here we go. Install dependencies. No test process. Ultimately, because it actually will be a fairly simple app. I probably didn't even need to use the Vue CLI, but I did want to use TypeScript, and so that requires some setup. But this ultimately will set all of that up for me. And then I want to add the Airbnb ESLint config, which is this. So when that's done installing dependencies, we will add this as... So I like the Airbnb rules. So it has rules, basic rules like use single quotes instead of double quotes, prefer semicolons, but it also has rules around like anonymous arrow functions and whether or not you should have parentheses. It also has rules around where the curly brace goes on the first line or the last line. Yeah, that happens all the time, Acid Spark. This is what I want. At Vue, ESLint config Airbnb with TypeScript. Cool. Let's open up this code base really quick. We can see it. Like it got pre-configured with ESLint and Prettier, but I specifically want to add the Airbnb config as well. Because if you look at my generated ESLint, it's got ESLint config TypeScript, ESLint config Prettier. We're going to add as a dev dependency ESLint config Airbnb with TypeScript. And then if we look at their example ESLint RC, we actually just need to add this and remove, we'll add it on top of the other two. Yeah. And welcome in, Big Loud Jeff. Do I have my whole setup documented anywhere? Not in an easy, consumable way, but I do have a lot of my, all of the gear that I have and everything is over on this page. So this talks about what I'm coding on, and then also there's a section for the streaming computer that I use, and then a section on cameras and lighting, and then a section on microphones and audio and stuff. Most of this is up to date, but I will say what I do is a bit overkill. Like you could do this all from one computer. And then if you go all the way to the bottom of this page, I have a diagram of how it's set up. And the more things you add, the more complicated the setup gets. But it's basically like redundancy, right? So if my coding laptop crashes, the stream stays up, that kind of thing. This doesn't have any info on my my IRL setup yet. I'll probably create a separate page for that. But yeah, if you scroll to the bottom of that page, that talks about how it's all connected. I don't use these headphones, in-ear monitors for streaming here, but I use them when I am making music. These are really great and fairly affordable. But that's over on my Probably Happening channel, which is where I make improvisational music. But I use in-ear monitors for all of that. Yeah. Check that channel out if you want to see my music. Okay, that dependency installed, and then now we can extend this. Not that. I copied it and then I lost it. And then OBS is pretty much the only software that I use. So my chat overlay, my drop overlay, like that thing that just happened, my alerts, all of that I built myself. And you can read more about that in the frequently asked questions. Ultimately, I mean, I started working on all this stuff like over 4 years ago. And I will be the first to say that it is not really consumable by other people. Like, you can read about all the overlays and everything else that I use, and you can also watch the streams where I built them. But for the most part, they're very specific to Coding Garden. I didn't write them in a way where they could be reusable by other streamers. I eventually want to get there, but it takes time. Okay, I think I want that. And then I also need to add, let's look at our Prettier RC. I need to configure my Prettier RC to be the same as my Airbnb, or as the Airbnb config. So if we look at the configuration options, no, the configuration file, really what we want is this, and we need to make sure that it matches up with what Airbnb is trying to do. So Airbnb does a 2-space tab width, no semicolons, and single quotes. I'm going to reload VS Code just so it picks up all of the configs and everything else, and then we'll see if it's in working order. So for instance, if I look at this, let's look at main.ts. So right now it's missing semicolons, so ESLint should complain about that after it kicks in. Can't I reuse the Vue.ts client? Don't know what you mean by that. Oh, I could, yeah, but I like using the Vue CLI because the only thing different from Vue.ts client is the fact that I set up Airbnb config. Okay, this is not complaining about semicolons, so that's a problem. Let's make sure that ESLint is enabled. It's on, okay. We need to pull up the ESLint logs. Show output channel. ESLint server is running. Library loaded. How can you be motivated if you are currently demotivated? Get a change of scenery. I don't have a good succinct answer for you, but go outside, change your environment. Yeah, you don't just say be motivated, but right now you're probably like sitting at your desk at home. Go to another room, and if you can, go outside or go to the coffee shop or something like that.
Cheer 1000.
And Big Loud Jeff, thank you for all the bits. You're too kind. That's a lot of bits. Thank you for the bits. Yeah, let me see what I did in this example, because no, don't just say stop being demotivated. Honestly, hearing that is probably demotivating. Yeah, I guess technically I removed the prettier extension, which I don't want to do because I actually do want prettier. But yeah, the small piece of advice I can give is change things up. Your brain is bored, and you need to stimulate it in some way. That's the first piece of advice. Obviously, there's a lot more to it, but okay. So that fixed that, which is good. But what about this now? Huh. What's up, Julian? Welcome in. I guess we can see what I did with my pretty RC as well. Tab width 2, semi-true, single quote 2. Well, there's your problem. There's your problem. Let's reload the window just to be sure. Yeah, thank you, Recent Online. I was like, yeah, I had it configured wrong. But also, yeah, and I think the combination of ESLint and Prettier, I think I do have the ESLint Prettier plugin, which should now... It is a great phrase. Well, there it is. That's the reason why. So this extends ESLint recommended. Ultimately, I'm just not going to care about this in about 1 minute because I want to write some actual code. Though I do want my linter to work. Okay, I guess we'll get rid of this for now. And then what did I do over here before? I guess I got rid of everything except for those two. Okay. Yeah, so ultimately that fixes it. But now we don't have the prettier rules, which is fine. It's fine. I'm not even going to worry about it. But I am going to run my linter across the whole code base. So Great. So a view comes pre-generated with this lint task. So I'm going to do npm run lint, and that should auto fix all the other files that were potentially missing semicolons or anything else. Cool. All right, let's rip out all the basic stuff. And then we're really just going to have our one app component. So I'm just going to delete this components folder. I'm going to delete this assets folder. I'm just going to delete the logo. Let's look at the CSS they generated. Bunch of variables, all that. I'm going to delete that entire assets folder. The counter is fine. That's just there for reference if we want to add a global store. And then let's look at our app.view. Yeah, app.view is bringing in a bunch of components. I don't want that. I just wanted to say hello world, and then we'll see if we can load it into OBS. So h1, hello world. Great. And then let's get rid of all the default styles. And then main.ts was probably bringing in that CSS. Yeah, so we got to get rid of that too. Okay, this seems good to go. We're going to run it. And it says hello world, and there are no errors in the console. Good. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this URL, and I'm going to add that as an OBS doc. Let's see if this will actually work. So I'm going to say docs, custom browser doc. We'll call this IRL scene switcher, and then give it that URL. What happens? Apply, close. Oh, it's a little window, and then yes, this is it. This is it. This is what we wanted to do. Now I can create my own custom UI inside of OBS. Fantastic. Okay, that's step one. Step one. Step two is we need to get the OBS types, and I hope that we get access to these. And the reason I say that is OBS browser is for a browser source, right? So, and that's the thing I was talking about earlier that gets overlaid on the video. Yeah, let's change the background really quick. And actually, because I'm not going to carry much about not going to care much about styles, we're going to use Pico, not whatever that is, Pico CSS, which just adds a bunch of default styles, and you get dark mode by default. So we're just going to add this, which will auto change the font, give us a dark background, and then I don't have to worry about styles. So if we go in our index.html, we throw that there. Let's also change the title. Yeah, what's up, Fanged? I'm sitting in a chair. If you watched over the past 2 or 3 months, I had actually just been I had been standing most of the time. Also, the fact that we have the doc set as the Vite dev URL, that means this thing is going to auto refresh whenever we make changes, which is pretty great too. Okay, here's my hope. We add these types and then we get access to it. But what I was saying is we might not get access to it because this might only work in a browser source, which is the thing that gets overlaid in the scene. This is a doc browser source. So I don't know if we get access to it, but I'm going to try. And honestly, before installing the types, we could actually do it. When this launches, we can do an alert of like this window.obsstudio.plugin version. Let's see. We'll import onMounted from view. Yeah. And then when the component is mounted, we're just going to alert. Can we do an alert? First of all, I don't know if we can do an alert. But when the component is mounted, we'll attempt to alert. Let's see. And Refot, Cirque, thank you very much for the resub. Thank you for being the most wholesome dev streamer of them all. Well, I don't know about that, but I appreciate you. Received from IRL. It works. Great. So that means we have access to the OBS Studio global variable. This is it. This is it. Yeah, and somebody, I kept missing your chat. What was it? Oh yeah, why? How am I using a green chair? I have a blue screen in here. This is exciting, so I'm gonna install this dependency and then I'm gonna show you what my studio looks like really quick. Okay, we're gonna add this as a dev dependency, and this is gonna give us TypeScript typings for all of these properties, like plugin version, all of these events, and everything else. So TypeScript will help us out. But here I am. I'm sitting in a room with a big blue wall behind me. If you give me a second, I'll turn off the blur. There, yeah. So this is me, and yeah, that scene doesn't have an audio source on it. So yeah, you couldn't hear me. But all I was saying is, it's janky, and I know it. But yeah, and that's the other thing. Basically, I'm like a pianist. I'm coding on my computer like it's like a grand piano. But no, so like when I'm on, okay, you're not going to be able to hear me when I go to the scene, but I'll show you. I'm going to gesture. Basically, the camera would pick up the L shape of the desk, and I don't want that, which is why I'm using the flat side of it. So I'll show you. Um, so if I was using the L, then that would be in frame, and then I couldn't blue screen it out. Yeah, and so I'm working on expanding the blue screen. But yeah, again, you're not going to be able to hear me, but I'm going to show it to you, and it looks janky when it's not chroma keyed out, but eventually I want to have all of these walls and all of these walls blue, so that way I can have a really seamless background. So yeah, you're not going to be able to hear me, but let me show you. So yeah, so the concept of chroma keying is you pick a color and then that removes it and that makes it transparent so that it can be overlaid on things like this. Yeah. Okay. If it works, it works. Yeah. I mean, eventually, if I if I have the money to do it, I would literally build a blue cyclorama. So cyclorama is like a photography concept. This is like a janky cyclorama. Photo cycle. It's usually you probably have seen these, like, not this. It's usually this, yeah, like a big white room where there's no corners, where like every bit of the wall is curved. People are seeing ads, so I'll pause for a second. And Big Loud Jeff says, "Have you always had so much fun streaming, or was it rough when I started out?" I've always had fun. Like I enjoy interacting with people. I'll say this. I'm not saying anything important. I know an ad is happening. I enjoy interacting with people. I enjoy teaching. I enjoy sharing knowledge. So I've always had fun with it. Oh yeah, and that's the other thing is if you look at my, I can get this microphone closer to my face without you seeing the actual microphone. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, but my setup has been much simpler before. So like if you look at my very first live stream that I ever did, let's go. Least recently uploaded? No way. There's no way YouTube removed the way to filter by oldest videos, or like to sort by oldest videos. Man. But you know what can do that? Yeah, and that was the idea, Robert Tables, is like I used to actually have a plant sitting on my desk, and the plant was green, so I was like, I need something else. And so I get a green chair, and sometimes I can like wear green shirts and stuff. But this is really lame. I don't know if YouTube did this for you all as well, but I can't show you my oldest uploaded videos, but I can show you over here if we scroll all the way down. Like this. Going back in time. This was like 2018, I think. The Coding Garden kickoff. Why is it right-clicking? Is my mouse broken now? Okay, so this is just me in my room with a Logitech webcam, and everything was running off of my MacBook. So the only thing I had was a audio interface and a custom microphone. That's the only thing. Now I have a whole bunch of stuff, but that's really all you need. That's really all you need. Who is that guy? All right, we're back. Let's write some code. So we just installed OBS types as a dependency, which should give us type completion now when we do window.obs studio dot. Maybe not. Maybe I need to clearly define that type. Let's see. Import something from, let's see what we get access to. Oh, thank you, Thindall. Appreciate that. Cannot import type declaration. Consider importing OBS Studio. I don't think OBS Studio is even an npm module because it's basically just a globally available API. I do want to figure out this type completion though, so let's get into it. So these are TypeScript definitions that are published on npm. So if we go to those, we can actually find the type definitions here, and then we can see what they export. So if we look at this, this declares a namespace OBS Studio. It shows us all the functions, which is great. And then it defines events on the window. So we actually should, at this point, without even doing anything, we should get that type completion. Like window.add event listener for like events like OBS scene changed. Let's take a quick stretch. Maybe I do need to restart VS Code. Let's see. If I don't get type completion for these events, then I'll try restarting. But what this tells me is now if I do this, and Jin Janad, thank you for that raid. Let me see if I can get, why is this complaining? Because it needs multiple things. Okay. OBS, yeah. So it's not getting that. We need to get this type definition into our code. Any TypeScript experts in the chat? Basically, this index.d.ts file, we need as like a globally defined type. And welcome in. Thank you for that raid. What were you working on, Jin? Teach Jin Prisma. Oh, cool. I've only used a little bit of Prisma, but thank you for raiding. Thank you for bringing your friends over. Yeah. Check OBS Studio tests. This just literally shows us everything that you can do. Here's the thing. We already saw that I can do this without the types, but I want the types. Let's see what they do in the TS config. Oh. Maybe I need to add that. Let's try it. So if we go to our TS config, and then is there a section for files? And then can I do like at types / OBS browser / or no, OBS Studio? Well, Veet didn't complain. Now, do we get access to it over here? It's the any type. Let's reload. It's possible I could reference like into the node modules folder from the path of the config file. Yeah, I mean, the thing is I have it installed as a dev dependency. I get technically, yeah, I think that might be the easiest way is if I literally just copy everything into here. Oh, okay. Actually, maybe it's this. Reference at types slash OBS studio. I think this is what we need. That's a thing, right? I've literally never edited the env.d.ts, but this gives us access to all of like the Veet global types. Let's see if this works. Yeah, so that's what tie-in is saying. / include. That's what we're doing here. And that should add it everywhere? IRL means, this is it! It's happening! It's happening! Yeah, that was it. Yeah, okay. Cool. IRL means in real life. I need to, it's happening! But yeah, now check this out. So now if we do window to add event listener, we should get autocomplete for, like, OBS. Yeah! We are on our way. Okay. So what ended up working? Adding it to this env.d.ts. I think technically you can put this in any TypeScript file, but the way this project is set up, this at the root makes these types available everywhere else. Yeah. Yeah, I think I will, Drills. Let's add a quick command. And also, honestly, I want to make a quick gist that like links to some of my recent IRL streams. Let's do that really quick. IRL. IRL. IRL means in real life. This is a type of stream where the streamer is out walking around in the real world. Here are some IRL streams that I have done. And then I actually sent a bunch of them in to my mailing list. Give me a second. I should be able to copy that pretty easily. Not in my basement, exactly. Exactly. Just me touching grass. I mean, we're really like walking in grass. Welcome in, Yesh. I'm doing pretty good. We have not had many technical hangups. I think we got a little hung up on ESLint config, but we got that working, and then we actually have access to OBS stuff inside of our page, which I'm baffled by. And welcome in, Eddie. Glad to have you. Cool. Oh, glad to hear it, Pat Tillman. Appreciate that. Let's add a command. Define IRL. IRL means in real life. More info here. And thank you for that stretch, Yesh. Cool. If you click that link, that has all of the IRL streams that I did last week. And if you do !define IRL, that takes you here. I guess let me update that really quick. Edit command. Type !backpack to see my gear. More info on streams here. There we go. Okay. The stretch was not from you. Fab. Sorry, Fab. Thank you for that stretch. Okay. We're on our way. I mean, we're still an hour and 15 minutes into stream, but this is actually a lot of progress. So look into the panel API. Ultimately, we just get access to it. That's really great. So first of all, get a list of scenes. So I want to get a list of scenes. Here's the UI that I want. Basically, the user will have a way of setting the main scene, the low bitrate scene, and the be right back scene. So we need 3 different inputs, but I want that drop down to include the list of all of the available scenes. So there should be a way to get scenes or get all of the scenes that we have in OBS. So let's go about that now. Here. So if we do window.obsstudio.getScenes, this is a function that accepts a callback with the names of the scenes. I guess that's the tricky part about about this is we can't. How can we view the dev tools? Maybe we can do like a remote debugging, a pin to the body. Yeah. Oh well, technically this is Firefox, so I would actually need Chrome if I want to do remote debugging. Let me see if it even shows up as a remote debugging option. And thank you. Keep it safe for that hydrate. So yeah, it's not showing up here. There might be like a flag in OBS, but if you've never ever done this before, here I have Chromium, which is just Chrome. But if you have a remote instance of Chrome, which is what this is. So basically OBS is embedding Chrome here. Typically you can make it, what's the word? How do I say this? You can make it so that you can view the dev tools remotely. That doesn't look like it's something that's set up out of the box. Honestly, let's see if okay, I'm gonna set a 2-minute timer. If I can't figure it out in 2 minutes, we'll just work without the dev tools. But let's say OBS browser source remote dev tools, maybe. Browser source dev tools. Let's just do dev tools. How to get console log in a browser source. Launch OBS with remote debugging port. Sick. I can do that. Okay, so we close OBS Studio. We need to launch it with that argument. So I need to go to my applications folder and then go into OBS app, and then in the contents, I think in Mac OS, so this OBS right here, this is the executable. So if I do OBS remote debugging port, that's fine with me. Cool. So that launches OBS, but that set the remote debugging port. Look at this. Okay. Which means now inside of Chromium, if I go to here it is, and we can inspect it. Oh, man, things are just working today, and it's great. It's fantastic when things just work. So now I can actually see the dev tools and everything else right here. Awesome. Okay. We're on our way. Yeah. So if I save this, failed to execute, add event listener. Oh, because, well, no, that shouldn't be there. Yeah. It's true, Robert Tables. Like, I'm baffled at the amount of things that are actually working today. Okay. First of all, let's make sure it exists, which it should. Okay, no errors in the console, which is good. Though it did not get the scenes. I'm just going to do this. OBS Studio available. There's our timer, sorry. Sorry if that was incredibly loud. I'm really sorry. I'm really, really sorry. Yeah, there were some people just spamming messages earlier, so we just set slow mode. It should be fine. It should be fine. It was all right? Okay. Cool. This is not logging the list of scenes. So for whatever reason, maybe it doesn't have access to window.obs studio. Not available. OBS Studio available, okay. And then get scenes accepts a callback, I thought. And these aren't being logged. Got scenes. I don't like follower only because there's a lot of newbies that don't know if they want to follow me yet. So that's usually why I don't have that on. It says it needs my permission? Where? Oh, permission required, read user. Okay. How do I give it that permission? Let's look. Custom browser docs. But yeah, I think you're totally right, Bajosi. Let's look in settings. Advanced. It's on the browser source itself. Yeah, this stream will eventually get uploaded to YouTube sometime this week. I still have a couple of streams that haven't been published yet. I do know that, like, so check it out. If we add a browser source, let's grab the URL really quick. This. So if we add a browser source here, which is different from, so that's the doc source. Browser source settings. Is it in settings? Let's see. Multi-view. Yeah, it's true, Robert Tables. Like, I mean, and it's not even that hard for my VOD channel because I don't edit anything. I just cut out the beginning, but it still gets behind. And then I don't want to publish like 3 VODs all at once. So, okay, I don't see it here, but yeah, so this is what I thought you could do. So if you add a browser source over here, that one does have properties. IRL, scene, switcher, browser source. This one, you can give it page permissions. This is a doc. And this one, I didn't see an option for giving it page permissions. So like this one, read access to OBS status information, read access to OBS user information. If I do that, then it should have those settings. And something just happened. Pranjal, thank you for the 16 months. Appreciate you. And Panzer's doing pretty good. He's sad today because he didn't get to go for a walk this morning, but he's doing pretty good. Let's look for permissions. Okay, this might be the roadblock that we hit. And at the end of the day, like, setting it as an invisible browser source, I guess that wouldn't really work. Because you need a UI where the user can, like, select scenes and stuff like that. What is stats? Use fake UI for media stream? What does it do? No idea. Okay. Double dash, single dash. I'll try it, but I want to know why. And it would be great if I actually could set the permissions for the dock. Like I can for overlays, browser overlays. Okay. OBS browser dock permissions. No one knows, but it works. Custom browser dock issue. That's a different issue. Okay. When setting up a browser source, there's a... I don't know why this is happening to my mouse. There's a parameter titled page permissions. Huh. What happened to my Reddit? Oh, a user created it at one point. They added a bunch of us as mods, but I never wanted one. I'm not the biggest, like, I am a lurker and I read Reddit a lot, but I know that people can be mean on Reddit, which is why I mainly avoid it. I have in my settings, I have it to show old Reddit. Is there a way to do this with a browser dock? Okay, somebody asked this in May and they haven't gotten a response. Okay, let's try it with that parameter. I gotta click that link again. If this works, I don't know how I feel about it, because I wanted this to be a thing that, like, anyone could use, like non-technical people. And when you start asking people to launch OBS with command line parameters, it's a bit harder to do. But let's try. My left option key is sticky. It's possible. Yeah, it still doesn't get, even with that flag, it doesn't get access to it. What's up, Veeb? I'm working on this. This is going to be a custom dock inside of OBS. But we've hit a point where now that we actually want to do things, it actually doesn't have access. Yeah, I mean, for non-technical people, there's ways to make it a bit more easier, but still. What's up, Data Dev? Welcome in. I ran out of just works tokens. Yeah, I mean, we got all the way there, and all of a sudden, the thing that we really need, we don't have actually have access to. Okay, this is not the end of the world though, because we can use the OBS WebSocket API, and that's fine because OBS WebSocket is built into OBS. And so we can just use that, and that actually does give us the permissions. It just would have been a lot nicer if we could have done what I was trying, because then you don't have to set up like your WebSocket password or anything like that. You literally just get access to all of the things. It's really unfortunate. Like, I wish there was a way. I need read and write permissions to OBS. So you can see in the OBS browser plugin documentation, each one of these different methods has a certain permission required. And when you add a browser source, you can set those permissions. So if I add a browser source, there is an option right here that says what page permissions do they get, but there's no option to do that for a browser source that's a doc. Yeah, an OBS plugin, essentially. Yeah, ultimately, because this is a web source, you could use any web technology. Okay. Again, I'm going to set a 3-minute timer to try and figure this out. And if I can't, then we're going to use OBS WebSocket. So we do have that option. It's just a little bit more work, but that should be fine. Okay. Actually, yeah, I'm curious if they have the issues like on the so this OBS browser repo is the literal source code for the browser source. In OBS, like it's that literal source code. So this would be the place where they would need to potentially implement that. Let's just see if anybody has had an issue about a doc. JS bindings and browser doc not working. Well, that's good to know. It would have been good to know this 30 minutes ago. All right, we're in an ad. Well, that's a clear message, yeah. And real quick, shout out to TT. TT has developed a ton of OBS stuff. I don't know if they stream on Twitch. They're a mod on several Twitch channels. I actually don't know if that's their Twitch name, but they made the original OBS WebSocket plugin, and then it got merged into the OBS source. And they also run IRL Toolkit, which is like a hosted way of doing IRL streams. And they even built like a custom like web dashboard for remotely managing OBS and stuff like that. But it is pretty costly. I'm looking into it, and I'm thinking I can do this for like $20 a month instead of $130 a month. But we'll see. Basically, I need a hosted server that has very generous bandwidth and transfer limits. The page is still 2014, sure, but I mean, but it works, and he's got a business around all this stuff. So. Cool. How much do I expect to use? Well, I calculated it, and it actually shouldn't be that much. Because, and the ad should be over. Welcome back, everyone. If I calculated, it was like if I stream 8 hours a day and I'm streaming at like 3 megabits, I think if I streamed 8 hours a day every single day in a month, it would only be like a little over a terabyte of data. But I think like there are certain, if I'm hosting like on AWS, I do believe they will charge you for more bandwidth, or there's only a certain amount of transfer included. Like let's look at AWS light sale pricing. I think this will list like the transfer limits. Honestly, though, I do get two terabytes of transfer, so actually, like the $5 a month could work. But the other issue is, I want this server to be running OBS, so it does actually need. I would need an instance like this, so like 16 gigs of RAM. I could probably get it running on this one, which is $40 a month. But I've found some VPS hosts that they're not AWS, and they don't run on they run their own servers and virtual servers. So a server with this spec I found for like $20 a month, and they have it at like 32 terabytes of transfer. So it's not that resource greedy. It all has to do with the transcoding. So like the act of taking this video source and turning it into like MP4 or whatever the codec is, and then sending that to Twitch. Encoding is the resource heavy thing. Yeah, and that's the one that I found, Nikki Poo, Contabo. They have really good, at least on the server. Like I was gonna just get it for a month to see if it works, but look at this pricing. You get 4 CPUs, 8 gigs of RAM, and 32 terabytes of traffic for $8 a month. This is like way better than anything AWS, but also like they're a smaller company. So are they going to be able to have the same uptime as ATS? Yeah, so that's what I don't know, Drills, is like, how's their support? Like, will it work? Yeah, and so they have U.S. locations. So they have U.S. Central, which is probably what I would use. I think this is in St. Louis, Missouri. And then it works out to about $17 a month. So I don't know. I'm going to look into it. Right now, it is just running on basically my home lab, my home computer, but I think that's creating issues. So, okay. At this point, we look into OBS WebSocket, and this should be fine. Eventually I had to switch. Yeah. And I mean, the thing is, if I'm just a single streamer using this server as basically my backup server, it probably would be fine. That's why I want to try it for a month and see, because it is the most generous in terms of bandwidth that I've seen. Yeah. Oh, that's good to hear, Xavier. It might be like also where you're based in the world. Yeah. And I think they're mainly based in Germany, but they do have data centers here in the U.S., which is what I would need. I basically need something as close as possible to Denver, which is where I'm doing my IRL streams. Okay. Client software. Client libraries. JavaScript, OBS WebSocket JS. This is what I need. Cool. And I wonder if they have TypeScript typings, but we'll see. I'm gonna add this as a dependency. And then how do we use it? Import it. Create an instance. I actually shouldn't have to wait until on mount, because OBS WebSocket is just running in the background. And then we say obs.connect. Can't really have top level await here, so I want like a init function. I mean, you technically can have top level await, but there's a lot of magic happening here with this script setup inside of Vue, so I do actually want this to be that. And actually, no, I think I'll just have a connect function. I'll just have a connect function that I'll call from the UI. And then let's make a form with the connection settings. So we need a label that says, really we just need the port, and then an input for that. Should have on unmount. Just yeah, we'll get all of that set up for sure. So this will be for port. We'll give this an ID of port, and then let's see what that looks like. Yeah, so you'll go over here and we'll default to 4455, which is the new OBS port, and then I'll set a password. And then enable it and apply. Okay, so we need a port and we need a password. A good call, Drills. Yeah, we'll make it a number. Type password. And then this will be type number. What's the minimum port? I don't know, 1,000. And then the maximum, like 90,000. Can someone look up the available port range on a computer, and I'll set that there. Cool. So we have the port, we have the password, and then we'll have a connect button. 0 to 65, 35. Okay, those are like privileged ports. I'll go here. Like who's putting it on a low port? And most people, the thing is, most people are going to use 4455 because that's the default port, anyways. Cool. We'll do connect. Let's wrap all of this in a div. And now that I think about it, I actually might want a router. Well, I'll have a default value. I'm about to bind it to some data, but I'll give it a default value. Oh, lowercase s. Cool. It's 35,535. I think it's fine. I'm 65, 535. Highest easy. This is fine. The thing is, like I said, most people are just going to use the default value anyways. So, yeah. Okay, 42069. Cool. So let's set up some data. For that, we're going to use a thing called reactive, which comes from Vue. This basically allows us to bind some data. So we'll have our connection settings, which is going to be a reactive object where the password is empty and the port is 4455, like that. So now that we have that, we can bind it. So I'll say input vmodel is connection settings dot port, and then same thing over here. Vmodel is connection settings dot password, like that. And so now as I type in, it will save that to the variable behind the scenes, and then when I submit this form, we'll call a function that says called connect, and we will prevent the default action. Like this. So we now have this connect function, which is right here, and then we're just going to pass in the port and the password. How does that work? The first parameter is the URL. So we're just going to default to localhost, and then we'll put the port on the end. So this is going to be a template string, and this will be connection settings dot port, and then here this will be connection settings dot password, or undefined, because I don't want to send a blank password. Because if there is no password, you don't send it. I've tried Svelte before. Svelte is cool. I would say for this specific app that I'm working on, I just want to use what I'm most productive with, and I am most productive with Vue. It stays out of my way, and that's it. Cool. And I've had the most experience. Not honestly, I've had the most experience with React, but React does not stay out of my way. React requires a lot of work, so that's why I prefer Vue more. So what should happen now is we have our default settings here, and so now if we look at the UI, the port does default to 4455. If I click connect, that's going to call this function, which will attempt to connect the WebSocket there. So I set the password and I enabled it. So in the settings, I have enable WebSocket server. Let's click connect and let's see what happens. So if I go back over to my DevTools, no errors. I do want to make sure that I'm looking at the right DevTools though. Let's inspect this. Yeah, no errors. Okay. So let's try calling a function now. So there should be a way to get the list of scenes. Let's see. Let's see if we get type completion. OBS dot there might be an event that says like get scenes. More preferable than vanilla for when I'm, especially if I'm dealing with forms, like the fact that I have these two form values, and eventually I'm gonna have like a drop down. I instantly would choose Vue over vanilla because that gets a little cumbersome to set up forms and field values and stuff like that. Get scenes. Current scene change. Request type. Oh, execute a transition sequence. Get version. There's a call. Oh, there's a call method. What is this? Oh, both of you found it. Get scene list. Great. How do I use it? And where did you find it? So this was in the generated docs. Cool. Yeah, docs are all over the place, but I think one of the main issue is, so this has a call, and I can say get scene list, and then I'm not passing in any data, so this should be like scenes is await that. This return a promise? This returns a promise with an object that has current program scene name and then all of the scenes. Great. So this should do it. So we'll click connect, and then that should log the scenes in the console. First of all, yeah, we're missing the connection string. So let's actually try catch this and then show an error in the UI. That error was your payload's data is missing an authentication string. However, authentication is required. Cool. Let's look at Pico CSS. They have a way of doing alerts. I do believe. Utilities? Cards? I thought you could do like an error card or something like that. Does anyone see it? I probably could just do a card with a red background. I mean, the thing is, the docs are simple because the idea with Pico CSS is you don't have to add any classes. Everything is just by default. Yeah, I believe forms have an invalid state like this. So we'll handle that as well. Oh well, I'll just add a card. And to add a card, you just need an article. Why does that keep opening up? This will be like vif connect error. And then we'll show that connect error right there. And then connect error will just be a string. So this will be a ref. And it starts off as the empty string. So a ref in Vue is how you basically create a state variable that's like a primitive value. And then reactive, you can create a state variable with like an object. Yeah, alt tab is great. Okay, so if there was an error, I can set this to be error.message. And right now error is of unknown type, but I'll just tell TypeScript that this is just a regular plain old JavaScript error. Cool. Now we get ourselves an error. Great. I am going to use the same red color. I was trying to think, what am I thinking? Forms. I want to grab whatever red color they're using right here for an invalid form, and then set that as like the background color of my alert box. Oh, they have a variable for it. Actually, let's look at the root. What variables do we got? Del color. Cool. So let's add a style for, let's call this error. And then the background will be that variable, del color. Put it below the button so the layout doesn't shift. I'm okay with a layout shift. Form errors are typically like on top of the form, right? Right? Maybe I'm not okay with it with the layout shift. Let's see. I like that. This seems fine. I don't know. There might not be enough contrast between the background and that, but I think this seems fine. So when we click connect, we're going to reset the error to not have a value. So that error box will disappear. This seems fine. This is fine. Okay, so now make sure that I add my password in there, click connect, and then if we look at the DevTools over here, we get the list of scenes. Ta-da! Okay, step one. And so now, honestly, I kind of want all of this to be in a component. And this is where actually like routes would have been good, because our initial route, we would redirect to connect if we aren't connected or we don't know what the settings are. And then later on, they might need to change these settings, so they need to get back here. Yeah, the CSS library is called Pico CSS. It essentially, it gives you everything without any CSS classes. It basically styles all of the HTML elements by default. Yeah. And that's the thing, like their documentation, I don't think even talked about the variables that they had, or maybe it did. Themes? Customization? Oh! Oh! You can also set a primary color. That's cool. That's cool. Yeah, and you could pull the Sass in too. I'm trying to do the most basic thing possible. Okay, so now we're connected. Now I actually want to display the list of scenes. So let's create another reactive variable that's all of like the state that I care about for everything else. This is like we're just gonna call this OBS state. It's gonna be a reactive variable that has a scenes array. Let's see what that type should be. So scenes is an array of JSON object. They didn't give us the types. That's okay. We can create our own little type here. So scene index and scene name. So I'm just going to define this in line for now. And then we'll extract it out into like an interfaces folder once we get everything working. Like that. So scenes is going to be an array of that. So I'm going to create another interface for OBS state. And this has a scenes property, which is an array of OBS scene. Like that. And so then here I should be able to say reactive is of type OBS state. Cool. And then after we connect, we can say OBS state.scenes is equal to scenes. Like that. Scenes. We'll call this scene list, and then it has a scenes property. And then this is going to say that JSON object array is not assignable. We will just say that this extends JSON object, which should come from this library. A chat display bug? What is it? JSON object. Let's go to the definition. Where is that defined? Here. How can I auto import that type? I guess I could go the other way. So I could say, and that's what Prince Jugi is saying. So basically you could say this as an array of OBS scene. Yeah, but then this is going to say that it can't convert them. It can, and I already have access to it. I just need to tell TypeScript to go home. Yeah. Welcome in, Mysterious. Yeah. So I'm actually working on a little plugin inside of OBS that's going to auto switch scenes. But I mean, I could do this. I think I'm going to do this just so I don't have to worry about bringing in the types. Like, that's what it is. I know it's that. Okay. Great. So we've got our scenes. What else did we have in here? We had the current program scene name, current preview scene name. Yeah, so here we're going to have current scene name. And this starts off as the empty string. And this is of type string, like that. And so when we get the scene list, we're going to say OBS state dot current scene name is scene list dot current program scene name. So what is the current scene that people are seeing? Great. Welcome in, Spoiler. Was that your first message ever? No, I guess it wasn't. Okay. I'll allow it. We have the scenes. We have the scene name. Now we want to let the user set all of their settings. So the other types of settings we have, we'll call this the scene switch settings. We'll call this a reactive. This will be a reactive value or a reactive thing. Where we have the main scene name. Starts off as the empty string. We have the low bitrate scene name. starts off as the empty string, and then we have the be right back scene name. Now that I'm thinking about it, like, do we want to put the word scene name in there? Yeah. Welcome in, Tookie Tookie. Glad to have you. This seems fine. This seems fine. Okay, so we have that. Now, below the form, actually, like, we're gonna hide the form eventually, but for now, I'm gonna get everything going. We'll put this. I'll just be a div. Actually, it'll be another form. It'll actually be another form. There's not gonna be any submit for it, but we're gonna have a label called main scene name. I guess I'll just type this out. So label main scene, and this will be a select dropdown like this. And then we're going to have options here. And we need to repeat this option for every available scene. So we're going to say v4 scene in OBS state.scenes. Like this. And we need to give it a key. And that's just going to be the scene name, because in OBS you can't have more than one scene with the same name. Cool. And then inside of there, we'll have scene name, like that. And then this will be for main scene name. We'll give this an ID of main scene name. And we're going to bind the value. So we'll use vmodel to bind that value to be scene switch settings dot main scene name. So that should do that. Now, by default, there's nothing in the dropdown, but if I put my password in, I click connect, that gives me all of the scene names, and then I can choose which one I want the main scene to be. So that's great. We basically want to replicate this for each one. So we have main scene, then we have low bitrate scene, and this will be low bitrate scene name. ID is low bitrate scene name. Great. And then same thing for be right back. That, and then we'll say the be right back scene. Okay. So this is our UI. So we're not there yet, but there's a way to get access to a media source. So right now I have this SRT live feed, which I'm running off of my phone. So if I start it up, you should see my desk in a second, eventually, hopefully. Yeah, there it is. It's a bit delayed, but there is an API where I can get access to this media source and I can know whether or not it's active. The other aspect of this, and see you later, Drills. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for modding. The other aspect of this is the server that I'm using to send the data to actually has an HTTP endpoint that I can use to know if things are going well. So localhost 8181 /stats. So basically my phone is sending the stream to this server right here, and then OBS is pulling in that stream from that server. And what's up, Alka? Welcome in. And Asadulo, welcome in. But that server has this HTTP endpoint. So you can see right now there are no publishers, but if I start up my phone and I refresh the stats here, it has a publisher. So this is another way I'm going to get stream stats. So basically I'll be polling this stats API, and if this publisher ever goes down, I know that I need to switch to be right back. That's going to be the main thing. Yeah. Okay. So we should be at the point where we type in our password, we click connect. Now I can say my main scene is going to be main, low bitrate is main, low bitrate, and then the be right back scene is be right back. Look at that. And then I want to click save. We'll put this into like local storage. So that way, when this when OBS quits and restarts, all of these settings should be saved. It's a modification of a thing called SRT Live Server. So SRT is Secure Reliable Transport, and then SRT Live Server is a server written on that protocol. So I'm streaming to an instance of this. Yeah. I'm not going to show this at all unless you're connected. So actually, we'll do this. And that's a good point, Fob. But yeah, let's do that now. So we're also going to have a state variable. So OBS state connected starts off as false. And connected is a Boolean. Yeah, so I'm actually using the modified version of SRT Live Server from Beck, who I think works on Bellabox. I have heard of it, but Bellabox involves using an NVIDIA Jetson Nano, which is cool if you haven't heard of these. It's basically a single board computer that has a GPU on it. So it's like a Raspberry Pi, but it has an NVIDIA GPU on it. And so there's a whole set of IRL streamers that use this as their IRL streaming rig. But yeah, and that's why I'm not using Bellabox, because, I mean, I think these have gotten more affordable. The thing is, when they were released, you could get them for $100. Just like when Raspberry Pi was available, you could get it for like $50. But because of the chip shortage and everything else, for a while, these were selling for like $1,200. Like, it was insane. So I'm not even using any sort of hardware like this. Everything just runs on my phone. Okay, so we have OBS, we have this connected variable, which we're going to set right here. So after we're connected, we'll say, and we get the scene list, we're going to say OBS state dot connected is true. If there was a connection error, we set it to false. It shouldn't have been connected either way. But what we'll do is only show the connection form if we are not connected. And then only show all of the scenes if we are connected. So that should make it so that now I click connect, and then I have my scene list here where I can choose everything. But now what I want to do is whenever I change these dropdowns, I want to put it in local storage, so I don't have to reselect every time I connect. So let's do that. I do believe we can actually just watch the scene switch settings. So watch is a thing you can pull in from view. We'll do this right here. So I want to watch the scene switch settings. Let's take a quick stretch. Yeah, we'll add a disconnect button. I think like the main thing is, honestly though, like because this is running inside of OBS, you typically wouldn't even need to modify these connection settings. No, this isn't view native. This is just a view. Yeah, I'll show you in a second like what's actually happening here. But yeah, let me get this going. Let's just log scene settings changed. Let's make sure this watcher actually runs. So connect, choose something, and then if we look in over here, the watcher is running. The watcher is running, which means at this point, I'm going to say local storage set item to scene switch settings, and we're going to stringify the variable there, the scene switch settings, like that. So anytime we change it, we're going to put it into local storage, and then when the app spins up, we can get it. So we can say right here, instead of defaulting everything to empty, we can say if local storage has scene switch settings. Welcome in, Maddie. Glad to have you. If that exists, then we're going to parse it. Otherwise, default settings. So we'll do json.parse local storage.get item scene switch Swift settings. Like this. You can control, oh yeah, I'll probably just use the debug window then. String or null is not assignable to it. We'll just pass the empty string in then, like that. Cool. format it for me? Thank you. Yes, Lint. It probably does. Yeah, you're right. Sure. It doesn't. It just has get item. So basically, if get item returns the thing, let's just put it in a variable so I don't have to call it twice. Scene switch JSON is that, and then I only have to call it once. Cool. All right, this is it. So now, the other thing we want to store in local storage is the password as well. So that way, if we know the password, we can try to auto connect. So let's create another like local storage variable. So local storage dot OBS password is what we'll call it. If that exists, otherwise empty string. And then whenever the password field changes, we'll save that to local storage. And really, we can just save it to local storage whenever we connect, because when we connect, we would have set the password. So right here, I'm going to do set item to connection settings dot password. And I guess we actually want to do the same thing with the port. So we'll put it in an object. So we'll call this connection settings. And then we'll pass this whole thing in, json.stringify it like this. So that gets saved. And then when the app loads up, we want to save it as well. So right about here. Well, not that. Say get item. Yeah, so we're using script setup. So I'm locked in. Let me get all of this written out, and then I'll explain everything that's happening, because I know there are a lot of people that are like, you're running Vue inside of OBS and you can change it. Like, what is happening? I will very soon describe to you what I am actually doing here. Just give me a second, because I want to get all of this working. So grab the connection settings. If it exists, then we just want to parse it. That. Otherwise, pass that in, and then this should be good. I think the other thing I'm going to do is, if on mount this actually existed in local storage, then just try connecting. Just try connecting on mount. So I'm going to pull in on mount from view, and then on mounted. If this thing was in local storage, just try connecting. Just do that. Okay. I know that JSON parse can throw in. Yeah, but ultimately the stuff that I'm putting in there shouldn't throw an error, because I am only ever saving an entire JSON object. Yes, I know that. Like, technically I should try catch this, but I'm in control of what goes in there. Yeah, so really this or empty string, that's really just for TypeScript to not complain, but for whatever reason it didn't complain here. But yeah, I'll add it anyways. Okay, moment of truth. Password, connect, set it to be main, that, and be right back. Great. Now let's close OBS Studio. I'm in control. Yeah, I guess technically, like, if somebody really wanted to go into the dev tools, they could. So OBS Studio is completely closed, but now, ideally, when I open OBS back up, that panel should auto connect and everything is there. Look, first try. Nice. Yeah, that's awesome. Okay, we're on our way. So we have the settings saved. Now we need to actually look at the incoming videos. First try and it works. I mean, it's a simple app. Like, I expect it to work on the first try. The next, so I'm going to take a break to explain everything that is happening here. But the next step after I do the explanation is I need to tap into the stats API for this video stream. So I need to see, for this video stream, is the stream working? If it's working, then auto switch to main. If I'm dropping frames, switch to low bitrate. And then if it disconnects, so like if I completely disconnect, that's like if I'm in the real world and I don't have service, it should auto switch to be right back. That's the next thing that we're going to work on. OBS is not Electron. No. Okay, let's yeah, exactly. Let's start from the beginning. This is a dock. It is an OBS dock. So we'll start even more basic than that. This is Open Broadcast Studio. This lets people stream and create custom sources. So this is how I'm streaming to Twitch right now, and how I can switch to like this camera or this. This software is what lets me do that. And right now I just have a basic setup of that, so we can dev against it. That's step one. Step two is OBS has this thing called custom browser docks. And so just like you have all of these, a browser dock literally just points at a URL. And this is the one that we have created. So right now I'm running Vue.js in right here. So this is just a Vue.js app that's running on this port. And I basically told OBS, you should load the dock coming from that port. So that's how it's actually, I'm able to run Vue inside of OBS. So we have that. And so if I check it, now it exists. And then also it's Vite, yeah. So Vite is French for fast. So that's why they call it Vite. But now this is a browser window, and I can dock it anywhere I want. I could put it up there. I could put it down here. But basically, this is just a web browser that is loaded that URL that I told it to load. So that's how it's loading my Vue app. And this works in a very similar way if you're familiar with like browser sources on an overlay. So like here, I could add a browser. And you can literally point it at a URL, give it a width and a height, and then place it somewhere. So this drop game, if you type _drop space me in the chat, that's a browser overlay. It's literally a web page that's running on top of the scene. And so this dock here is similar because it's a web page, but instead of being a scene on the page, I've made it it's a dock to the right. So like it doesn't actually affect the this doesn't affect the scene and what we're viewing. This is more so like settings for what's happening. Yeah. And so, yeah, if you look into OBS, this is actually a Chromium instance, a Chromium browser instance. So OBS is using Chromium engine to allow browser embeds. The entire application itself isn't Electron or anything like that. This is actually like C++. This is a native application. But the ability to add those browser sources, that is Chromium. And so that's technically what's happening here. This is like a hosted Chromium instance that's running over here that's just pointed at a URL. Great. The other piece is development. So right now I have that browser, that dock source to just be my local host. The idea is eventually when I publish this so that other people can use it, I can just give them a hosted URL. And they won't need to set this up locally or anything like that. And one of the things that I was able to do, so I'm going to quit OBS. I launched OBS with some command line arguments. Yeah, this. And this is actually how you can debug browser sources if you wanted to. But basically, I navigated to where OBS is installed on my computer, and then I launched it using that command line tag, which makes it so that I can actually look at the dev tools and inspect the elements of any browser source. So now that I have that running, if I go to Chrome inspect, that allows me to see any of the browser sources that are up. You can see right now it's that IRL scene switcher. And if I click inspect, that literally gives me I can actually interact with this. You can see when I click it, like the UI is popping up. But that's what lets me see errors in the console and debug this whole thing. But this is basically like the Chrome dev tools of that hosted instance that's running inside of OBS. So there's that. Yeah. And then browser sources are just overlays on here. So the chat here is a browser source. That is I literally have this pointed at a web page, and that's how it's able to overlay it. The stats here, that's a browser source. The drop game is a browser source. Basically, OBS allows me to point it at a web page and put it into the UI. Yeah, JavaScript, you can do a lot of stuff with JavaScript. JavaScript is great. Yeah, and that's the other thing. So if you want to debug websites running on your phone, you can run them inside of Chrome. There's a setting to enable remote debugging. Actually, that might be in the Android DevTools. But you could literally see the DevTools of your phone if you set all of that up. This is actually the DevTools of that. Yeah, the drop game is an overlay. Yeah. Cool. Did I miss anything? Any other questions that people have? So at the end of the day, this is just a Vue web page, but I've configured it so that it is running inside of OBS. And then the last piece there is we are using the WebSocket, OBS WebSocket JS. So every instance of OBS comes with these OBS WebSocket, which is essentially allows you to remotely control it over a WebSocket. And it's just these days it's just built in. It used to be an external plugin, but now it's built in. So if you enable it, that's how this scene is communicating with OBS. It's doing everything over WebSockets. And so I installed the OBS WebSocket JS, which gives me access to all of the events and everything else. And that's how I'm getting the list of scenes and all of that. Yeah. You kind of wish Firefox could do remote debugging. Yeah, it can do remote debugging of Firefox instances, but not Chrome instances. Yeah. Oh, and thank you, Notlandia. Yeah, it says code. You can find that over there. Well, Teespring, they're just giving this out for free. This is that you're actually only supposed to get this code if you sign up for my mailing list. I don't know why they're overlaying this right now. I need to go look at my settings. This hasn't always been there. But if you want to be an honest citizen, go sign up for my mailing list and you'll get this 10% off code. Obviously, you could just use the 10% off code. Okay. Cool. I don't think I saw any other questions. Hopefully, I did a good job of explaining everything that's happening there. Now... I didn't have to say it. I don't know. It's literally there. People are gonna see it. Now let's add a disconnect button. We'll put this like right here. Disconnect. And actually, I think this is fine. This is how people will be able to change the port and the password if they really need to. The 80% discount code. The discount actually comes from the amount of profit that I get. So Teespring, obviously, like they have to make the t-shirts, so they pay for all the not they pay. Part of the cost is the actual t-shirt and the printing and everything. And then I add a little bit on top so that I get profit. And pretty much most of the stuff in my merch shop, I get about $5 profit. So when you use this code, I get less than $5 because it's coming out of my profit. So if you want to give me more money, just don't use the code. I don't know. Let's make this button work. We're going to make this a button. And we're only going to show this button if we are not connected. Or if we are connected. 450? There we go. But I mean, I don't like it. I don't mind. It makes sense. Yeah, and that's why I use Teespring is they have printers and shipping all over the world. So if you're in Europe, it'll be shipped from somewhere in Europe. If we're connected, show this disconnect button. And then when we click it, we want to disconnect. So I need myself a little disconnect function. And then we'll just do obs.disconnect like that. And I guess, does this return a promise? It does. So we'll await it. And then when this is done, we'll set connected to false. Cool. So now we got ourselves a disconnect button. That takes us here. Actually, why did this zoom in? This shouldn't have zoomed in. I don't like that. But if I change the password to something wrong, I'm curious what will happen. Authentication failed. Cool. I like to see that. That's a good default error message. Yeah, I want to make it red. For whatever reason, like I double clicked the UI and then it like zoomed in. I don't know how to not do that. Command minus, control minus. The UI thinks I'm on a mobile device. It shouldn't. Don't double click. I think if we add like that meta viewport, like, isn't there like a no zoom meta viewport thing? The meta viewport tag. Initial scale 1. User scalable no. That's it. Thank you, Jicom Gaming. Do I just do a comma or a semicolon? Comma. I don't know how to unzoom the UI. I guess I just gotta, if I relaunch OBS, maybe it'll do like the default zoom. Okay, this is good. This is good. Disconnect. Double click. Click around. Yeah. What is that warning about user scalable? I would say for most websites, you actually don't want to set user scalable. Like it's a very non-accessible thing to do to set something to not scalable. Let's see though. Yeah, that can cause accessibility issues with users with visual impairment. Like most people want to be able to zoom in. The issue is OBS literally I can't do control plus, control minus. Like there's no way for me to actually zoom in here. I mean this is my Mac zooming in, but yeah, there's no way for whatever reason. There's no way to do that. So cool. All right, we're connected. We got our scenes. Awesome. Let's make that button red. I don't know if Pico CSS has that. Let's see. Buttons. We could do a secondary outline. I like that. Technically, I could set the CSS background style, but this is fine. What are utilities? Oh, these are just other components. You have like a loading component and this stuff. Shouldn't the disconnect button be at the top? Sure. I'm okay with that. Nice. Let's add a little bit of margin top to this div. Let's just call this panel. And then we'll create a panel class, margin top. One rim. Nice. Nice. Oh, good call, Mysterious. I didn't even think about that. But yeah, you're totally right. This was actually doing a mobile view. Let's see. Yeah. Well, actually, this is like device. Yeah, I think that's probably the default for remote debugging is like it is a remote mobile device. I guess here is technically where I think where I could zoom in. Huh. Huh. Regardless, let's do the next thing. Let's actually keep track of the stats. And all of that good stuff. So right now, this is a live video feed. I think it has about 4 seconds of delay, but this is a live video feed, and I need to be looking at the stats. So we're gonna do that using the API provided by SRT Live Server, which is this endpoint here. And as far as I know, they only provide an HTTP endpoint, so I'm essentially going to have to pull it. I'm going to have to call it like once every 5 seconds. I could call it once every second. I'm just trying to think if that will negatively impact things. We could probably add a setting for like stats pull rate, but we need another option in the UI for setting the stats URL. So let's add that. Honestly, before we do that, let's do a refactor. Cool. I'm going to pull these interfaces off to a separate file. So let's create a folder in the SRC. What's up, Timon? This is a Pixel 6. Yeah. Is there a technical reason? Video is a lot of data. Yeah, so I think there are probably some settings I could do. Actually, you know what? I think I actually could tweak this. So if I do, if I get rid of this latency parameter, and then over on the phone, it has a setting for latency. Let me stop it. The issue is this setting will change when I'm out in the real world, because right now I'm over Wi-Fi, like I'm on the same network, so there actually should be very low delay. I'm going to set this to like 100 milliseconds. Let's see. Yeah, now it's way faster. It's way faster, yeah. But the issue is that two seconds is the value that I found to work when I'm actually out in the real world. Yeah, somebody told me about IRL Pro earlier. I need to. Honestly, I could try it in a second. But yeah, when I'm out in the real world and I'm using cellular data, there needs to be there is some latency. It needs some latency. But right now, I mean, I could probably set it to even lower, and because we're all on the same network, like, I guess like lower the network buffering to like a megabyte. There's a way to get it like super low latency. Negative latency? 1 Mississippi. 2, I guess it's like 2 seconds. I don't know. It seems fine. What were we doing? We need a setting. Well, actually, I was doing a refactor. Yeah, let me pull these interfaces into... we'll create a folder called interfaces. And I'm just going to create a file called OBS and pull both of these interfaces into that. Though actually, this should be in this file because this defines the state variable that I'm using in this file. I'm only going to pull OBS scene into a separate interface. Do export default that. Capital file name? It's a proper noun. It's an interface, right? Right? And then this will just import that from there. I think it comes up set OBS scene. I think I get I can do aliased imports. Cool. All right, that wasn't much of a refactor, but now this state is used in this file, so I'm okay with defining that here. All right, that wasn't much of a refactor at all. Oh well, okay, that's all the refactor that you get. I want settings for the SRT live server. So we'll do a similar thing where we put it in local storage and then pull it out. But let's call this the SRT settings. Let's take a quick stretch. Yeah, and that's the thing to think about. So Jather is mentioning buffering allows occasional drops in packets and connection speed. So because I have that buffer set to 1 megabyte, basically the OBS media source downloads a megabyte of the video stream before it can display it. That's the buffer amount, which means you're going to have a little bit of delay because it does need to download that. Like if I set the buffer size to 0, let's see what happens. Yeah, exclamation mark theme should get it too. 1 Mississippi, 2, like that is like very, very low. I mean, lower than it was before anyways. The issue is in the real world, I can't do this because I'm going over cellular data and there needs to be buffering because of like lost packets and all of that size. Yeah. Okay. We want ourselves another reactive variable. We're going to call this SRT live server settings. Really, I think the only setting I need... Actually, never mind. I want the URL, but then also I want to allow the user to set the poll rate. So we'll do a variable here, or an object. So we have the URL, which is going to have a default value of... we'll call this the stats URL. And this is http://localhost 8181/stats. That's going to be the default. Obviously, you can change it, especially if it's like a remote URL. So reactive lets you create a variable that you can use in the UI. So for instance, this variable as object has 3 properties on it, but now I can use that in the UI and I can change those properties and the UI knows about it. So if I set connected to true, the UI knows. If I change these values, the UI knows to update to the latest values. And then I'm going to create a variable called poll rate in milliseconds. And it's going to default to 5,000 milliseconds. Yeah. It's like use state. Yeah. But in Vue, you have 2 different ones you can use. You have reactive and you have ref. Ref is typically for like individual values. Reactive is if you have an object with like multiple properties. Yeah. When you generate a new Vue 3 app, all of your components get generated this way. Like this is the new hotness. Like, so this setup keyword is doing some magic. You'll notice that I'm not exporting anything from my script. Basically, every variable I define, I get access to in my template, which is very similar to like how things are done in Svelte. But yeah, that is a thing. Okay. We're going to do the whole JSON loading thing. So I'll call this JSON loading settings, and I'll say local storage.getItem SRT live server settings, like this. Yeah, you can do it the old way, or like it is the old way, but you can use the options API, you can use the setup API, or you can use script setup, and newer Vue 3 apps are generated using the newer thing. You should handle when the user is adding a scene after logging in. Yeah, good call. Let me do this here. So to do, listen for scene additions and deletions. Yeah, so that way I can auto update the drop-down list. Good call. I think that makes sense, V, because we're doing this several times. Like either pull it from local storage or set the default settings. We could pull this into a reusable function. Let's do it. Just because I'm about to do it right now, let's do it. I'm going to create a utils. Oh, no, I'm going to create a folder called, not that, lib, like for library. I haven't done anything for Coding After Dark, no. No Trello board for this Shark Turnup. We're going to be done with this app today. I mean, obviously, we'll make changes in the future, but I want to get a base working thing today. That is not what I want to do. I want to create a folder. Lib. I'll create a folder called lib. Lib is short for library. It's going to have a library of code. The one we want is reactive local storage. Is that what I want? No. Yeah, sure. We'll call it that. We're going to export a function, reactive local storage, that takes in the key name which is a string, and then also takes in the initial value, which is of type T. And then this will be of type T, which will default to the any type. And this is a function. That's why this is all complaining. All right, we're on our way. So we have ourselves a function that can take in a key and then the initial value. And what's up, procrastinating watching CJ? Welcome in. Yeah. I'm always looking at the ceiling. What's up? I'm thinking. And SSJSSS, welcome in. Okay, so what we want to do is we want to say the local storage JSON is local storage.get that specific key name. Or that. And then we're going to return reactive with, yeah, so it imports it from view, which is good. Let's format it. And here is where we do what we were doing multiple times earlier. So if local storage.json is a thing, then we want to parse it with that. Otherwise, we want to use the initial value. Yeah, and then this will be reactive of type T. Does not satisfy the constraint object. How do I do a constraint on my generic type as object? Extends object? Implements? What's up, David? Welcome in. Oh, wait. So I think, yeah, T extends and then put the default value on the other end. Okay. And can I do lowercase object? Defaults to the any type. There we go. Thank you all. Yeah. So T, the generic type, will be of an object. And actually, can I just default it to the object type instead of the any type? We'll make it any. Actually, no, we won't give it a default value. Because whatever you pass in here, it should be able to infer that type. Good. Yeah, that's it. Because then there are scenarios where we won't even need to pass the type in. Not all your values are JSON. Don't JSON parse them in the function. Don't know what you mean by that, but I think this is what I want, because now, all the times that I'm doing this, so right here, connection settings is going to be reactive local storage. String is JSON parsable. Oh, I'm not going to worry about that. But we pass in the key. And then we pass in the initial value, which is this. And then we need to import that in. Done. So all of that extra code now just becomes this. So pull in the key and then the value here. It should anyways. Oh, well, it reformatted it to that. Okay, but now this also becomes the same thing. So here we can say reactive local storage with the key name, and then that, and then this is the key name. And then this one's fine, and this is where we're going to reuse it. So for these, I don't have to add the type parameter because it infers the type. So basically, when you do a TypeScript generic, you can put T here, but because I also have T here, it infers the type of the thing that I passed in. And so I'm returning a reactive of that type, which means if I hover over connection settings, it should say port and password. And it does. So it's able to infer that type without passing in the type parameter. Is the type correct on the set variable? What do you mean by that? And also, this is a bad name because this isn't reactive local storage. This is reactive with an initial value from local storage. Like you could expand this to like watch local storage for changes and then update the reactive value accordingly, but I don't want to do that. This is just like an initial value from local storage, because when I write to local storage depends on the other scenarios. Reactive from local storage. I like that. I like that. Thank you, Fob. Yeah. Do I define a type for the settings object because they're inferring the generic types? No, I didn't. TypeScript is smart. So basically, this object has a type that is port number password string. And so because this object, it can infer that type, that's the type that gets inferred and passed through to the other thing. Yeah. In this scenario, the main reason I used the generic type here is because scenes is of type OBS scene array. And if I didn't want to do this, then I could say that this like this, I don't know the syntax for it, but I would have had to do something like that where I actually tell it the type of scenes, because otherwise it doesn't know what the scenes array is. Okay, but now it's as easy as this. And then I can say reactive from local storage. Done. Done, done, done. Cool. Yeah, that would have worked, Veeb, if I just did that, I think. Array as OBS scene array. Yeah. Honestly, that's probably a bit... That's less types, because then I only have to put this here, and I don't even need this interface. Like that. Yeah, that's better. What's up, CFM? Encode the JSON to base64 and then store it. I don't mind storing it as a JSON string, because I mean, that's how I've never set it to base64 and then decoded it. That's like one more step that I don't think we need. Okay. Okay. Could I actually do that? A new array of OBS scene. I don't know. This is fine. When I have an issue with reactive from local storage, if I add an array to the initial value, won't it be never? I don't think so. Like, because it infers that type, yeah, it's just that things like this. So this actually should work, because when it puts it in local storage, it's going to do a JSON.stringify. Well, and actually it has to do with how I put it into local storage, and I'm doing that outside, like right here. And when I do as JSON stringify, that technically would get nested properties, which is fine. Okay, let us manage these connection settings. And actually, I got to change this up because I don't have that variable anymore. I'll just say if local storage has connection settings, use those and try to auto connect. All right, everything's broken. So let me... local storage.get is not a function. That makes sense. I don't know why this didn't tell me that was wrong. Cool. And we're back. Awesome. But now I want settings for the SRT live server. So the user needs to be able to put this URL in as a setting, and then also specify the poll rate. Like how often are we going to call this this endpoint? Okay. We will put that above, we'll put that above here. Scenes is an array of OBS scene. Okay, this works though. What I have is fine. This works. I'm okay with that. I am just gonna add a little horizontal rule right here, so that way there's like a separator between this and the other settings, and then I'll have a label and an input for the SRT live server settings. So we'll have a label that says SRT stats URL, and then an input for that. And then this will have an ID of SRT stats URL. This is for the SRT stats URL. Yeah, and no worries. I mean, it's worth a discussion because there are other ways to do it. Also, I went from camel case to like underscore casing. I'm going to make this camel casing. Cool. So the stats URL we're going to bind to SRT live server settings dot stats URL. Great. And then we'll have the stats poll rate. In milliseconds. Poll rate milliseconds. This is going to be bound to poll rate ms, and so this will be a number with a min of, I guess, 500 milliseconds, and then no max. Yeah. New array OBS scene. It's fine. It's fine. So now we have ourselves a stats URL, the poll rate. That looks good. And then we probably want a button that says like start or something like that, which means it'll start polling to determine if the endpoint is up. I think the other option we might want as well is the stream ID, because then whenever we're calling the stats URL, we can see if that stream ID exists in publishers. So yeah, I'm going to add that as a setting as well. So over here, we'll call this the publish ID or stream ID. We'll default to that. I like that by Creeper. Yeah, we should group them up and give some like help text and stuff like that. Let me just add this input, and then we'll work on the layout and the UI. This is the stream ID. Cool. Yeah, so we have that. Also, this should probably be like this should be an accordion, right? I think, and we can use a filled set, but basically the SRT stats should be collapsible, and the scenes should be collapsible. So let's just do an accordion. think there's a way to do that with Pico. Yeah, it uses summary and details, which is pretty awesome. So this is a no JavaScript accordion, which I like. Really, this doesn't even need to be a form. This is a div, because this isn't like submitting anywhere. Okay, so we have details, which are SRT server settings, or just call it SRT settings. And then we'll have a div that has this. And then same thing with all the scenes. So summary, it says scene settings. And then a div, though it might need to be a paragraph. I'll have to look into this. Vuetify 3 is stable? I had no idea. We should do a stream on it and actually like use it. Details is a HTML thing. I don't even know. It might even be HTML4. I don't think it's HTML5. But details and summary are in the HTML spec. Creates a disclosure widget. So look at it. Like you can do this with no JavaScript. Basically, a details and summary then has the collapsible thing. I would potentially agree with you, Notlandia, but there's, I guess I like never say never, but for someone that uses OBS, do they use a screen reader with OBS? I would think that they kind of like have to, right? And welcome in, Coder Mutai. Happy birthday to you. But I mean, I probably should like bite my tongue. There are probably people that use OBS that are like impaired and need to use the screen reader, but then it's a complicated issue because like this is actually an embedded Chromium, and so it's like, will the screen reader know about the embedded Chromium? I don't know. I'm not going to worry about it for now, just because I know that it's running in here. But yeah. Okay, this is good. Very good. Now I want a button that says like start. What is the button going to say? The button is going to be below. I guess here's the thing though. Like technically, you don't have to run this as an OBS panel. You could literally just run this as a web page. The only issue is the web page has to be open all the time, which is why you would run it as an OBS panel. But yeah, technically, we're not doing anything special anymore. Initially we were, but we actually don't have access to that. OBS has bad screen reader support. That's unfortunate, but welcome in, Codex. Yeah. Yeah, exactly, Shark Turnip. So my phone is streaming to SRT Live Server, which is running right here. And then OBS is viewing that from SRT Live Server right here. Yeah. Did I already say hi to you then? Welcome in, Codex. I guess I don't really want to I don't even want a start. I think I just want, or not a connect, I just want a start. This is just a plain old button. We're going to give it a class of, is it outline? And this will say start. And then if we're listening and polling, then we'll have a button that says stop. Okay. Yeah, we'll create another ref, SRT polling, and this will be a ref that defaults to false. And then when we start polling, we'll set it to true, and if we stop, we'll set it to false. So if SRT polling is false, then we should see start. Otherwise, we should see stop. If we're polling, show stop. If we click the start button, we're going to call the function start polling. Start SRT polling. VLs? Sure, sure. So yeah, when you click this, we'll do SRT start SRT polling, and then when you click this, we're gonna do stop SRT polling. Cool. All right, now we need these functions. So start SRT polling and then stop SRT polling. When we start, we're going to set SRT polling to true. And then when we stop, we're going to set it to false. When we start it, we'll just have a function that says, or that we'll say get SRT stats. So set it to true, call the function get SRT stats, and then get SRT stats will call itself again after the poll rate. So if SRT polling is true, then we want to say set timeout. Call itself, get SRT stats, in the number of polling seconds that we defined in the settings. I've never used Copilot. I don't think I want to, especially like if I'm like teaching and stuff like that. Do I recommend you don't know JS for non-JS developers? Yeah, it actually it'll teach you JavaScript from scratch. If you look at the first chapters of You Don't Know JS, it's written for beginners, so you can know nothing about programming and read that book. Yeah, but right here we're gonna do SRT live server settings dot poll rate milliseconds. So this will call itself after that amount of time. And then now we need to actually call the stats API. So I'm just going to use fetch, and we're going to make the fetch against SRT live server settings dot stats URL. And then, oh, you know what? This might not, I didn't even think about this, but it might not have CORS headers. Okay, we're going to try, though. We're going to try, but we're going to get a CORS error, and then we're going to use a different SRT live server that does support CORS, because I do believe there's a fork of it. Yeah. CORS moment, yeah. Okay. These are our stats. And if SRT live polling is true, then we're going to disable all of the inputs too. So when we click start, then literally all of these settings need to be disabled. Okay, let's watch the CORS error happen and then contemplate life. And how I'm going to fix it. So these default settings should work for me. So that's the stats endpoint. That's the poll rate. Start. And now it disabled these because it started. We don't want people to modify these in the middle of it. If I wanted to modify it, I could click stop. And then I can modify them and click start. Great. But if we go over here to the dev tools, they support CORS. Great. This is great. But you can see every 5 seconds we're getting the stats about the incoming stuffs. So that's great. Fantastic. Now we just use the info. So first try, yeah. So when we get the stats back, we check to see, does it have that specific publisher endpoint. So that's awesome. We'll call this stats. So if stats, and actually let me just make a TypeScript interface for this type here. I'll grab this raw JSON. Inside of VS Code, I have an extension called paste as types or something like that. So I'm going to create an interface called srt stats.ts, and then I have paste JSON as types, and the root level I'll just call stats. Yeah, I mean, honestly, it's it didn't do much for me. Actually, I wanted it to include all of these props instead of as numbers, but that's fine. I'll just manually add these types here. Because you can see that it just like, oh, everything's a string and a number. It wasn't smart enough to add all of these props, which is fine. Like that. Okay. And then this is what I want to be a key string, because the publisher name could actually be different. Wait, what's the syntax for that? Almost first try, yeah. Key colon string. I don't know why I forgot that. But this is key, which is a string, because the publisher ID or the stream ID is dynamic. That can be whatever they want it to be. Cool. Cool. So now when I make this request, this is of type srt stats. Record key string? I guess I could do like a... Yeah, I don't know. I'll show you in a second what those example, what a type of, what that string will be, because it has slashes in it. It's not like just a regular property name. Interfaces / that. Oh, I think I forgot to export it. So we'll do export default stats from there. Yeah. Good call, Alka, but actually, like, this is completely dynamic. You could literally, actually, no, I think you're right. Feed one. Let me look at my Docker settings really quick, because I do believe it could be anything, literally anything. Yeah, default stream ID is publish live feed one. And then publish is dynamic as well, because people can change it to like give or view. So publish and play are my settings, but people could have view or give as their settings too. I think live is always the same. I don't know. I'm gonna go with it can be whatever you want, because I think you actually can have it as something else. So, okay. Now stats has a type, which is great. So if stats.publishers, if it has, can I do object.has own? Banana. Ba ba ba. Um, what's the new way of doing this? Is it just built in? I don't know how has own works. Yeah, so this is a replacement for object has own property. It is object.hasOwn. Cool. I think my TypeScript settings doesn't know about it. Let's see what we have in our TypeScript settings. Extends this. I think because it's targeting an older version, we don't have it. I guess I could use the in keyword. Is that the same thing? But is in going to use has own property? Because that's what I'm trying to avoid here. Like, if constructor in stats.publishers, will this return true? Get pwned. I guess it's not. It's not. It's not. Oh, because I have to click start. Start. Get pwned. Yeah, so you don't want to use the in keyword because it'll accept literally any string, and yeah, you don't want that. So I mean, really, the thing that you do is you say if object dot prototype dot has own property. You want to call that on stats, and you're looking for the property banana. That's really what we want to do. But it's not banana. It's srt live server settings dot stream id. So if that exists, then we can just log stream is up. Else stream is down. But what I was doing, if object dot has own, this is new and it does the same thing. It does the same thing without all of this extra rigmarole. But apparently, TypeScript. So yeah, try changing the lib compiler option to ES 2022. That's what I want to do. Is it? Well, the reason you use prototype.call is because it could have been overwritten by some other library, I think, right? There's a reason that you have to do .call on it. Right? Right? Hey, but now it's complaining about fetch. Oh, now I can't find local storage either. I guess I need browser DOM. Okay, that's the fix. I just had to tell TypeScript what environment we're in. And now we click start. Stream is down. Wait. Publish live feed 1. If we look at the stats, publish live feed 1. It should be up. Stream should be up. Yeah, I agree, Codex, but there was a linter rule for the longest time that was like, if you're going to use object.has own properties, call it from the prototype, and then also use call instead of directly invoking it. I don't know. You're right. .publishers. Cool. So now this should say stream is up. Start. Stream is up. Stream is up. And then if I stop the stream, In 5 seconds, it should say stream is down. Stream is down. Great. This is awesome. We're on our way. I'm going to change the poll rate to be 1 second. And then start it. And then the stream starts and it says stream is up. Great. This is the way to go. So at this point, now if it detects stream is down, it should move to the be right back screen. That's what we want to do. So right now that it's running, if it detects that the stream goes down like that, we should see, first of all, we should see a black screen. Yeah, because the stream went down. And then it should auto switch to this scene. That's what I want to do right now. I don't know why this keeps popping up. why does the about scene keep popping up? I don't know. All right, if stream is down, then I want to do obs.call set current program scene. And then I send it an object where the scene name is scene switch settings dot be right back screen name, like this. But then if the stream is up, we set it to the main one, main scene name. This is it. We've got our app. We've literally got our app. Okay, so I'm gonna click start. The stream is down. If I start it, it should auto switch to main, and it does, which is awesome. And then if I turn it off, it should switch to be right back. We've done it. We've done it, everyone. It is, so here's the thing. It is a little bit faster, so you can see that it'll switch to main before the stream kicks in. So I think the other thing I want to do is I want to tap into this media source settings so I can see if it actually like is active, because that's, we need to know, is the SRT server receiving it, and is it active inside of OBS? But yeah, so check it out. You can see I'll press the stop button, and then it switches to be right back. Nice. Nice. Don't change scenes if the scene is already active. I agree with that. So that actually gets into keeping track of all of the OBS settings. So let's take a quick stretch. But what I want to do is, after we've connected, I want to listen for scene change and scene addition and anything else like that. So that way we can keep all of that in sync inside of our OBS state. And then we can just talk to that. It's a good point, Alka, but we do have, in here I'm going to stop that so it doesn't switch. Yeah, see, because it auto-switched itself. But I don't have restart playback when source becomes active. And the main reason I don't have that is I don't want to stop OBS. I don't want OBS to stop bringing the data in. The thing is, like, if you have this checked and then you go to this scene, it technically kills the source entirely. So like, let's let it start up for a second. Okay, so the scene is started, but if I go here, which is a scene that doesn't have it, and then I go here, it needs to reconnect, which is why I have that setting disabled. Because I want it to just be running all the time. Like, OBS is smart enough to, like, when this goes down, it keeps trying. So yeah. All right. We're going to listen for like scene changes and stuff right here. So OBS dot on scene program scene changed. Current program scene changed. So we're going to listen for this, and then when we get it, we'll say OBS state dot current scene name is data dot scene name. So that'll keep that in sync with our view variable. For my OBS, I open the multi-view to keep the camera and game capture active. Oh, that's a good point. I've literally never done that before, but I see what you're saying. Basically, you have a view open where all of the scenes are always active, but the scene that's being broadcasted, like that doesn't have an effect on what sources are active. I'm on OBS 28. So like technically I am using the latest WebSocket settings, like the fact that it's connecting on port 4455. Also, why are there so many connections here? I think because the browser source like keeps refreshing. Yeah. I'm just gonna close my DevTools for now. And again, about is popping up. Okay. When the scene changes, set the scene there. When we add or remove scenes, update our scene array. Scene item created. Scene created, scene name changed. Old scene name, and then new scene name. Honestly, we could just get all of the settings anytime something like this changes. We'll say like update state. Is that a bad idea? Let's see. Because we could wrap all of this in an update state function. Like this. And then if the program scene changes, or the name of a scene changes, or a scene is added, someone tell me if this is a bad idea. I think it's fine, because I don't think these are going to get called that often. Scene created, scene removed, scene name changed. I think that's really all I'm worried about, because this is a bad idea. But now that we have that, well, also I just need to make sure that that's not running. And then, oh, well, when I connect, I need to also call this. Like, the first time we connect, we call that. That's why it's broken right now. And then also, I guess on disconnect, I need to change the connection settings as well. OBS.on connection closed. Connection error? Okay. So now if I go into these OBS settings and I kick this, yeah, it knows that and it can show me that. But if I click connect, now we're connected. And then here in scene settings, this has the list of scenes. But if I, for instance, add a new scene, some new scene, that needs to be made available in these dropdowns, and it is. That's really the only reason we were listening for changes, is so like if somebody edits a scene, then they or adds a scene, then it can show up in the dropdown. The other thing is if I rename this scene. So if I rename this to low bitrate banana, now this value is gone because it's not an option anymore, and now I have to go in and, yeah, so that the rename is what we wanted. So it's that. Great. And then if I delete a scene, oh yeah, so I mean, we already deleted the another scene. So another scene is available. We could choose it as that. But if I delete it, then it's no longer an option. Yeah, what is it? That's where we'll definitely do that next. We'll because we have access to all of these, and because we're polling it, we can show the current bitrate. And the one tricky thing though, so you can see like if I just refresh this like this, like packet receive drop and packet receive loss is cumulative. It's not a rate, it's like not per second. So if I want to show like number of packets lost in the last 10 seconds, I actually need to keep track of some internal state, which is something I want to do. But for right now, bitrate is at least something that I can show in the UI. Do I need to stop the auto scene switching if on the start and end scene? Yeah, that's the next thing that I want to do, because this is an issue that I had with the Loopy 750, the app that they wrote. Do I have it here somewhere? Loopy SRT stats monitor. This is the one issue I had with this app. One of the issues is that if I was on the like getting started scene and then I started this app, it would actually auto switch me to the main scene, which is not what I want, because I want to be able to start my stream, keep it on the starting soon stream with the SRT running in the background, and then whenever I'm ready, I'll manually switch to this scene. So that is something we need to add in, which is if the user has manually changed scenes, then we are no longer in charge of switching scenes. Right? Something like that. All right, so let's rename this. Get rid of the word banana. Thank you. What is it? I'm trying my best. So so far this is going really well. Like, the one thing that I like about this is I don't have to use JSON to configure it. That's one of the issues with a lot of the apps that people have written that do this kind of thing. You literally have to like spin up a Docker container or install an app, add some JSON settings. This is great because you just add it as a doc and you get a UI to set those settings. So like, it was really cumbersome with this app if I changed a scene name, because I'd have to kill the app, go into my settings, change the scene name. Whereas in this, because it's listening to OBS, I can I get access to like a drop down and stuff like that. The UI is not too good. What about Tailwind? No. You know, oh, I fixed that time in. Yeah, I fixed that in my last IRL stream. But yeah, I know what you're talking about. In the first 2 IRL streams that I did, like the top line of the chat message was like cut off. Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. Wait, did I do it on this one? No, I didn't have chat in this one. Actually, it was on the it's on this one. Rename shouldn't clear the select menu. It should update it. I can't think of an easy way to do that. You're right. That's the best user experience, but based on how it's working, I can't think of a way to do that. How can I show this? Basically, when there's a lot of chat messages, the chat was like slightly cut off, but I fixed it. It was just an overlay setting. Yeah, so that's oh yeah, like this. You see how the top of the chat was cut off? I fixed that. Basically, I just changed the size so that it doesn't chop off the top thing. But that got fixed, Timon. Thank you for pointing that out. Okay. What was I even doing? I don't even know at this point. We've got the scene switching, which is awesome. That's really the main thing I need. Like, if the stream goes down like this, it should switch to be right back, which it does. And then when it starts, oh yeah, I was going to think about getting this media source, because I believe with the media source you can get information about it, like, is it active? Like, does it have an active connection? And that's another piece of information that I need as well. So when we are polling, we'll do that. And then also, someone mentioned it earlier, if we're already on that scene, we don't need to tell OBS to switch to that scene. So if OBS state current scene name does not equal the one we need to go to, then switch it. And then same thing for when we're on the Be Right Back screen. else if we're not already on the be right back screen name. Like that. Okay. The CSS library is called Pico CSS. It just adds a bunch of default styles. You can see the demo on their homepage where you literally just add an input and it looks nice. You add buttons and buttons look nice. Basically, it adds CSS styles without adding classes. Okay. How do I get media source information? Honestly, that might be another drop down, like media source name. But if I do obs.call, does this have get media input? Let's try it. Get media input stats. Oh, and then the input name. So I need to know the media input name. Oh, thank you, Ivo. Appreciate that. So I don't know if OBS WebSocket supports this, but basically what I need is I need a list of sources. And then so that I can grab like SRT live feed. I'm just gonna search the web for this. Welcome in, Rylix. It's been a long time. Yeah. What'd you say, Taxer? Oh, I'm just working on other things. If you give me a second, I'll try and respond. That's actually what I wanted. OBS WebSocket JS. And I'm gonna search their issues for media source. Media? So when I'm out and about, I'm literally just using the same OBS that I have running here. I have port forwarding set up, so my phone is streaming directly to my computer at home. Thanks, Codex. I don't know why I'm so bad at searching their docs. Get scene item list. Oh. Get a list of all the scene items in a scene. Okay. So when they set the main scene to be main, we'll get the list of its media settings, and then from there we can allow the user to choose which is the main one we want to watch. Cool. But I guess you specifically have to choose the scene. There's no way to get scene items for all scenes. Iterate over all the scenes? Wow. I don't really want to do that. I also don't know if we even get access to, like, is it active? But let's just do a hard-coded test. Get scene item. Oh, what's up, Drills? We got it working. At this point, yeah, I'll show you. It's working. So, first of all, you can specify the stats that where I can get info on, like, is the stream connected and how often do we want to poll it. So I'll set it to poll every millisecond, but that actually reminds me that when the stats change, I want to set those in local storage too. Getting all kinds of notifications. Just a second. SRT live server settings. If those change, put them into local storage. That's one thing I want to do. Okay. So we can set our settings here and the stream ID. Quick stretch. And then we can specify what is our main scene, what is our low bitrate scene, and what is our be right back scene. We don't have low bitrate set up yet, but we do have our main scene and our be right back scene. So if I start this, and then I'm filming, and let's say like I lose data connection, it switches to be right back. And then if I get my data connection back, it switches to main. But this is what we're gonna fix now, is you can see that when it switched back to main, it switched before the media source was actually ready. And so that's why I'm trying to get info about this media source. Like, does OBS tell me if this media source is live? And I actually don't want to switch until it's live as well. Yeah. So we are gonna just get the scene item and see what info it gives us. I'm gonna show low bitrate like if we are dropping frames, but yeah, I think that is the issue as well, right? Codecs, like technically things can still look good even though it's a low bitrate. What I care about is if we're dropping frames, and we actually do get that in the SRT stats endpoint, which is packet, receive, drop, and loss. So I think we need to use these two things to determine if things are bad enough that I should switch. Because like technically, I mean, probably like a low bit rate of like 700 or lower would be we need to switch, but it can work at pretty low bit rates. Let's see what get scene list. Oh, that is all of the scenes. I think we used that earlier when we connect. Yeah. So get scene list gives me the list of scenes. It only has scene name and scene ID. Let's start up our debugger. So each of these scene objects just has an index and a name. It doesn't actually give me their inputs. But get scene item list gets all the items in a given scene. That's what I was going to try to like hard code really quick. And then what Codex mentioned is, okay, so iterate over all scenes and then call get scene item list for every single one. But can I just get a scene item? I think that's the issue, though, is like, okay, I can get the list of scene items, but then can I specifically with OBS WebSocket say, is this media stream connected? But let's just try it. So get scene item list for main. I think that's what I called it, yeah. And we'll see what we get back. But let's see. Get media input status. I should probably just keep this page open, right, Codex? Because that's where you're finding everything. And I'm like, I don't know where anything is. It's the status of a media input. But I think so. I think it's twofold. We do scene items, and then scene items should tell us if it's a media item. So I click start. Get scene item list. Yeah, who would have thought that docs are actually useful? Input active state changed. I could probably use that, but first of all, this is throwing an error. This is like it can't parse the JSON. Oh, never mind. I think this is just outdated. Yeah. This is an issue in OBS. So if we look at our WebSockets here, so we sent the request for get scene list. It responded with this, but for whatever reason, it wasn't able to parse this. But no, that's the scene list. We want scene item list. We can't see, just in case. What do you mean? All of this should be fine. I don't think there's not any stream keys or anything in the WebSocket messages. Let's see. Getting scene items. Start. Did my SRT server go down? No. Yeah, the stats are there. Oh, nice job, Timon. Good job. Parsing stats. Start. Parsing stats and then it fails. Okay. So yeah, this broke somehow. Did I change the URL? Oh, it's empty. That's why. How the heck did that happen? Man. Okay. Oh yeah, I put the wrong. It's stringifying the wrong object. Yep, that broke. There's your problem. That's the issue. Okay. I need to go just set all this back to the default values. I cannot Command V in here. I can right click paste. Good. Okay, scene items. We got ourselves a scene item. The input kind is ffmpeg source. Great. Do we need error handling? I don't know. I agree, Mark. I think that's a good idea for the future. The Be Right Back screen should have like overlay games. Okay. So this gives me input kind. Yeah, I agree, Drills. Like, yeah, you're right. Like this connect button should not be enabled. Or the start button should not be enabled. If the stats URL is empty. Something like that. Disabled if stats URL does not exist. Cool. When you're right, you're right. Okay. What was I doing? We want to figure out how to get more info about this. So at this point, in the docs, we have this. Get media input stats. And let's see what that requires. So, obs.call get media input stats, and then we have to pass it the input name. Did we get access to that? Input kind. Is it the source name? Let's try with the source name. Oh, I see. So if the source type is OBS source type input, then we can use this API that gives us input status. Start. Media state playing. Media state playing. And then if I stop, media state ended. Yes. Yes. And if I start, media state playing is true. Though that was true really quick. So I don't know if this is even going to help us. But let's see. Yeah, I think it's true before it's ready. Let's try it though. So if it has a publisher and we're not on the main scene, then grab the input stats. Right now I've hard coded it, but we'll make this dynamic. I agree, Xavier. I'm doing my best. I'm doing my best, but you're right. I could actually click start on here. And then like if input stats dot media state. Yeah, I think that was my initial gut reaction. Start turn up is we just wait a second before we switch back, and that should have allowed it to connect by then. But if input stats dot media state is playing, do we get an enum? Oh no, it's just a string. That's unfortunate. That should do it now, though. Okay. I could create an enum. I don't know if I'm going to be using all of them, though. Okay, so it's running. We've started it. Now, if I kill it, it jumps to be right back. And then if I start it, yeah. So it technically switches before it's really even ready. I don't know any way about that. Like any way around that. Like I don't from what I can see, there's no information that tells me that we actually have a video feed now. All right. We are just going to add a setting that says be right back delay. Yeah. Yeah, I don't want to do that. Get a source screenshot and check for a non-black pixel. I kind of like that idea, huh, Alka? Because you can do, yeah, get screenshot and then put it into a canvas, find the middle pixel. I guess that breaks down if like if the streamer is in a dark environment and like one of these pixels actually is black anyways. So yeah, we we are just gonna add another option for um, uh, scene switch delay. Check for a non-black pixel. I guess that's true. The first non-black pixel. But the other issue though is the scene could have overlays like chat overlay or alerts or like a weather or whatever. And so those are non-black pixels. We're just gonna add a delay for now. For now, I mean, like this is something that we absolutely can improve on in the future. But I think for right now, yeah, I've used this before. Get source screenshot. But for right now, we're just gonna add a delay. So over on our scene switch settings, scene switch delay. We're going to default that to 1500 milliseconds. You can still get the whole scene. Like you could still get the screenshot of the scene, but this is fine. We're just going to add another input and then do a set timeout. Okay. Right here. Use the latency as a delay. Yeah, but that's not a setting that I've exposed yet. So this is going to be for scene switch delay milliseconds. And then this isn't a select, this is just an input. And then the type is number. Latency squared? Well, I don't have a latency setting. Like the latency I think is typically in the media source URL. If it's there at all. It actually doesn't have to be there. Well, I actually don't even have it. But yeah, this is an optional property, latency. So I don't really have access to it. Okay, so scene switch delay. I don't know, is GitHub down? These GitHub links have been working for me, so it seems all right. Now we want to use this. Scene switch settings that is equal to, so I need to do this because I added a new property to it. That's gonna cause it to yeah, so initially it doesn't have a value, but if we refresh it, it should have that 1500 millisecond value, or maybe not. Cool. But now I don't need that anymore. And then whenever we switch scenes, we'll set a timeout with scene switch settings dot scene switch delay in milliseconds. And we'll do the same thing when we're switching to the be right back screen. So actually, no, we shouldn't have to do that. So like if there is no publisher, then we just immediately switch to the be right back scene. All right, let's see it in action. So we start it, end it, it goes to be right back. And then if I start it back up, there should be a 1500 millisecond delay. At this point, we need an even bigger delay. So we need a, almost like a 10. I mean, that seems so big. We'll try with a 5-second delay. Hey. Did it not reload? One, 2, 3, 4, 5 ish. So that works. We can even just like play with it until we get the right amount. Why is it not centered? What's not centered? The be right back? It's horizontally centered. Then 1, 2, 3, 4 ish. If we go 3 seconds? Yeah, that's the magic number. 3500. I mean, the user the streamer will have to set this based on their own latency, and all that. Yeah, exactly. So I would have to set up this setting or figure out the right setting for it after I'm out in the real world and everything else. Okay, this is great. I'm really happy with what we've made so far. Yeah, you can see what just happened here. So if I switch to the starting soon scene, because it's polling in the background, it actually switches to main, and I don't want it to do that. If I manually switch the scene, I need to stop it from switching scenes automatically. Tolis had a good idea. Should reactive from local storage do initial and JSON parse? Guess add properties. That's a good point. Yeah, thank you, Tolis. And if we change it in that one spot, that should fix it everywhere else. Yeah, good point. Can you JSON parse an empty string? No, you can't. But if I set the initial value to that, it does give me back an object. Okay, that's what we'll do. And welcome in, Semantics Dev. Thank you for that raid. Parse the initial value and then spread that with the parsed that. Cool. But welcome in. What were you working on? Bringing single file components to 11D. What is 11D? This. There's a lot of 11D. Is this it? A simple static site generator? But thank you for that raid. Welcome in. We are working on a plugin for OBS so that I could do IRL streaming. And this is the Coding Garden. Welcome in. Glad to have you. Oh, if there's quotes inside the quotes. Empty object should be fine because then I can spread it. This is fine. But let me show you what I'm working on. So basically I have, I think I can, let's refresh that. Yeah. I have an instance of OBS. It has a starting soon screen, a main screen, and then a few other screens. But the idea is this is actually a phone with a camera on it, and I would be able to take this out into the real world, be streaming back to OBS. But if, for instance, the stream goes down, I want OBS to automatically switch to be right back. So that's what I've been working on today. We got this working. And then if the stream reconnects, it should auto switch back to the main scene. Like that. That's what we're building today. And so far, we've gotten all of this working, so it's a nice little panel in OBS. You can set up the stats URL, choose which scenes you want to switch between. The one thing we haven't done is this low bitrate scene. Center vertically, the be right back. Here's the thing, let me show you. Oh yeah, and then I have to stop it if I want it to. Hey, stop. Oh, wait. If I stop it, polling gets set to false, and only if it is true will it actually call it again. There we go. It stopped. Okay. Let me show you what I'm dealing with. There's this empty space. So if I say transform center to screen, I think the main point is so that the viewer knows that something is wrong. And then also the other issue is like, I want to be able to send a chatbot message that lets me know that something is wrong. I think that's the main thing. But honestly, you're right. You're right. So yeah, if I, okay. Center to screen. That's the issue. Is there's like, can I, yeah, actually, I guess I could crop it. If I crop it and then center it to screen. Hey, how's that? How's that time? Yeah, that's really what it needs to say. Like, you can set it to whatever you want. Something's wrong. Something like that. I don't know. I'm just going by the what, like, this app I was using, but the terminology that they were using. This one. This is the terminology that they use, which is like low bit rate. So yeah. Okay. Thank you, Medic. I'm glad to hear you're a software engineer. That's awesome. Yeah, you're very welcome. I'm proud of you. Thank you for learning and keeping going and all that good stuff. When the stream has to change bit rates, but I thought SRT would adjust bit rate. Yeah, it will. So I think that's really, this is not low bit rate. This is like dropping frames. That's really what's happening, is like not about a low bit rate. It's more about like packet loss, if that's the right term. But as you will see, like if we take a look at my stats endpoint, I have the bitrate here. And technically, like I guess I could set the low bitrate warning. Honestly, here's a way that we can test it as well. Well, I didn't steal the idea. There's a lot of streamers that do this, right? So any IRL streamer out there has some sort of scene like this, right? The technology they're using varies, right? And yeah, so like this is a thing that IRL streamers do, and I'm just trying to make my own way of doing it. But yeah, Jake and Bake Live is one of the biggest IRL streamers, but there's a lot of others that do similar things. Okay, here's what I want to do. I want to demonstrate this with by going over my cellular connection. So right now, this was all going over Wi-Fi, but now I'm actually going to send it over my 5G over my cellular network, and I want to see what happens. Okay. I don't know why I'm turning my head. I could just turn my phone. Five G is great, yeah. But I was streaming on Thursday, and I was actually still getting dropped frames with 5G. Mainly if I was like in between buildings and stuff like that. There's a lot of potential interference. Oh, I forgot. I disabled the forwarded port. I need to go. Adjust my firewall really quick. Yeah, and so I mean, I get a ton of dropped frames in the basement. You'll see what it looks like. Um, yeah. Firewall, network address translation, port forward, enable, enable. Rules, enable. Okay. Oh, I forgot to apply. Okay, should be good now. This is funny. Come on. Helped identify your firewall's version. You can't see my screen. You can't see what I'm doing here. This should work. The majority of Denver has 5G. I can't connect. Give me a second. Oh, it's possibly because I was messing with all of those latency settings. Give me a second. From my experience, 5G, like the 5G that I've gotten, works pretty well. I mean, it also could be a naming thing because Verizon also has 5G ultra wideband, and I can tell things are fast when my icon says 5G UW. So, um, why can't it connect? 5G ultra wideband is real 5G, and so there are definitely certain parts of the city where I get that. Honestly, this is an opportunity to try that IRL Pro app. 5G ultra wide extreme. Wait, does IRL Pro use SRT? Maybe I can't use IRL Pro for this. Let's see. Oh, it is a modified version of Lyrics Broadcaster. Cool. Settings. Connections. Um, it's not using the right port. I don't know what's up with all that. Make sure I still have the same IP address. I do. Forwarding port 9001. Huh. I changed nothing. I don't know why it can't connect. What's up, J-Bode? Welcome in. Yeah, so I disabled my Wi-Fi, so I was only using, in this case, LTE. But let's see. Well, it works over Wi-Fi. I can try debugging with that, but this concerns me because if I try to live stream later on today, then it might not work. Yeah, I mean, I can see in my firewall logs that it's allowing the traffic through, but it's just not connecting with the machine that's running it. You know what? It could be because I have a VPN running on this machine. I never thought about that. That actually that could be an issue. Let me look at my VPN settings. Yeah, that's a good point too, Shark Turn Up. I mean, technically it's like disconnect WebSocket. Okay. How I'm open to ideas. So how can we simulate packet loss? I think one way is to like put some metal around. So right now you can see I have no packet loss and no packet drop. And that's mainly because it's all running over Wi-Fi. So there's like very little reason for this thing to lose any packets. But how can I make the Wi-Fi reception on my phone bad? What can I do? Honestly, I think it has to do with the fact that I was running a VPN on this machine, which I'm not normally doing when I'm live streaming. Put it inside the freezer. Dense and metal things. Yeah, let me go grab some aluminum foil. Okay, I'll be right back. Let me go get some aluminum foil. Yeah, be right back. I could potentially do that, right, Codex? Like actually set up a separate SSID with like a really low power output, which would drop frames if the phone isn't that close to it. But let's just see really quick. So, this is still a live view. I want to cover the phone with foil. I mean, we still get no packet loss and no packets dropped. I don't know where. Put the whole roll right next to the phone. This is a coding stream, right? It's my Faraday cage. No, I mean it's not dropping any frames. Actually, I like the idea of creating a new SSID with a really low power output. I'm trying to think if my current router. Oh, we were dropping. Yeah, look at that. Packet drop. This is what I want to see. Yeah, this is great. This is really bad. There we go. So we're seeing some actual packet drop. I think, and honestly, I think it's mainly because the app crashed. You can see the camera switched. So the thing that I need to do now is actually, so as we're polling, I need to keep track of the amount of drop and loss in between polls. Yeah. And honestly, I don't want to walk around my house because my house is really messy. It is not ready for live streaming to the world. So okay, we're back. I'm gonna look at my Wi-Fi settings really quick to see how easy it would be to output another network with a low transmit power. Though I don't know if my current router firmware allows me to set the TRX power. Let's see. Some elevator on the music on the be right back screen. I have some lo-fi music I could play, but how's that? How's the volume on that? Okay, wireless settings. Transmit power. Okay, the only issue with this is my partner is working right now, so I don't want to kill the Wi-Fi because she's literally on a video call right now. Let's see, can I set the transmit power on the guest network? No, I mean, so sometimes I run routers with, what is it called? Open WRT? This is not. This is running the TP-Link stock firmware. That's a good thought up here. I think I would control that at the firewall level though. Let me look at my firewall really quick. I don't know where the quality of settings is. It won't drop packets, it'll link shape. Okay. I can't throttle with. Maybe I could in the Android settings. Let me see. That's something I didn't think about. Like if I go to the Android developer settings. Network download rate limit. This is upload though. Yeah, honestly, I can get this working over LTE. Give me a second. Flood my phone with traffic? That might actually work. Cool. There we go. So now this is working over LTE. Well, I think I actually have 5G right now. But as you can see, you can't actually see anything. But technically I am uploading, and I'm uploading at like 2 megabits. Yeah, so this is what we mean when I say like packet loss or packet drops. Like my phone is uploading at 2 megabits. Like that's perfectly enough for like an HD video stream over SRT. But because of the walls and of everything else, like this is packet loss. So if we look at the SRT stats at this point, you can see that there's packet receive drop, packet receive loss here. So I actually want to keep track of this and have like packets, average lost packets per second or per interval or whatever. So now that we're losing packets, I can keep track of that. So in my code where I'm getting the SRT stats, we get the response that gets the stats back. I need to keep track of the last packet receive drop and packet receive loss so that I can calculate the total amount over the time frame. Also, my bitrate is low. Why is my bitrate so low? Like I guess that's the receive bitrate of the server, because like technically the phone it's the bitrate that it shows. Oh, I can turn the music off. Sorry about that. Sorry if that was distracting at all. But technically my phone is uploading at 2 megabits right now, and the SRT stats say the bitrate is 96. So honestly, I could just go by the bitrate value. So let's do that. So if the stream exists, that means the stream is up. What if I raise it in the air? Does that increase anything? Oh yeah. Well, for a second it was like 700. What if I go near a window? Actually, I can't. Oh, I have a wireless keyboard. I can. Fascinating. Fascinating. So yeah, it got better. And you can see my weird window. And then as I walked back over here, it started to drop. Okay, so honestly, let's find the sweet spot of like where the like what's the lowest bitrate value that has a uh, reasonable picture quality. Probably like 800, 800-ish. Let's go with 800. I think that can be a configurable value as well. Very professional experiments. Yeah, I mean, I mean, you know, okay. Let's add another setting, which is minimum bitrate. Yeah, something like that. And then I'll add an input for it. Minimum bitrate. I gotta come up with a better name, but this is scene switch settings dot minimum bitrate. Yeah, it is the scene settings because it's technically what is the minimum bitrate where we will switch to the low bitrate scene. So now in our polling function, bitrate threshold. Yeah, let's call that low bitrate threshold. I like that better. Are there two H's in threshold or one H? Low bitrate threshold. 1H. And honestly, I could probably link those two things together, like, because it could be an option that there is no low bitrate scene at all. Like this. So, I actually should have a toggle on whether or not you want to switch to the low bitrate scene. But yeah, now that we have that threshold set at 800, if we'll put this in a variable because technically we want to do this. And we'll check it right here. If stats dot publishers at stream ID dot bitrate is less than our scene switch settings dot bitrate threshold, low bitrate threshold, less than or equal to that, then we want to go to the low bitrate scene. Else, we want to go to the main scene. There's lots of else ifs. I will eventually refactor this to be a bit nicer, but and if the current scene is not the low bitrate scene name, then switch to the low bitrate scene name. Cool. Why is this complaining? Exceeds line length. Sorry the drop game is laggy. I think it's just because so much is running. Format with prettier? Run through the linter? I mean, it's a lot of if statements. This logic could be really hard to follow. We'll fix it in a second. But now, so if I save this, now if I start this, it should switch to the low bitrate scene because we're at a low bitrate. But if somehow the bitrate increases, and I guess this is the point where I could like walk outside. More bits, more. Oh yeah, so like I wasn't dropping frames, and now I'm dropping frames again. I actually don't want. I don't want the scene switch delay for low bitrate. Threshold too low. We could set it to like 1,000. Like 1,500 is ideal, but it is adaptive. Yeah. And honestly, I'm just gonna quit and restart OBS because when I'm running the browser dev tools, this thing will run the timeouts multiple times when it doesn't really need to. Okay. Start. We currently have low bit rate. I'm gonna walk around. It's bouncing back and forth. A low bit rate of 0. Yeah, I could technically have an OBS overlay that shows the bitrate as well. What I want to do is I want to have it as a chat command. Yeah, I would need a process to be writing to the file system if I wanted to update a label. Okay, and then if I kill it, it should still go. It should go to be right back. There we go. Cool. Isn't it possible to activate the Wi-Fi and deactivate? It has to do with my connection settings, because when my Wi-Fi is on, I have to choose a different connection so that it connects directly to my local IP address. And then when my Wi-Fi is off, it has to connect to my public IP address. And I can't, for whatever reason, I can't connect to my public IP address if I'm on the Wi-Fi. Yeah. Yeah. Can I play clips or videos when I drop the frames? What is this, Oscar? Oh, this would be hilarious. Honestly, this is awesome. I like this. Let's do it. Old TV. Though it's an AVIF. I've never even heard of that image file type. Yeah, I think that could be another setting. What is it? It's like if we're on the low bitrate scene for longer than like a minute or two, we just go to be right back. But this could be funny. Here, I need to stop this. Add an image. Old TV. TB. Old TV. I can't choose it. It's not the right image type. Oh well, but that actually would be really funny because like it resizes to a like being played on an old TV with no signal. Okay. I think this is good enough. I think it's good enough. I think really the only thing I want more at this point is I want a chatbot to say when I have low bit rate. But honestly, I think this is good enough for today. I think the one last thing I'll do is if we're not on the main screen, then it should not go to the be right back screen. I'm going to test it outside probably Thursday at the latest, but I might even do it tomorrow afternoon. I said I was going to do it this afternoon, but I've been streaming for so long that I gotta go soon anyways. But here's what I want to do right now. If it detects that the signal is dropped and we're not on the be right back screen, it takes us to the be right back screen. But what I also want is only do that if we're on either main or low bitrate scene. So if OBS state dot or OBS scene settings, scene switch settings dot low bitrate scene name, and then scene switch settings dot main scene name. If we're not on one of those scenes, so that's going to be OBS state. Okay, so if we're on the low bitrate scene or we're on the main scene and we're not on the be right back scene, then switch to the be right back scene. Why is this complaining? The line's too long. Okay, I think this can go here. Great. Similarly, if we're not on the be right back screen or the low bitrate scene, switch to the main scene. So this is just better so I don't have to do two if statements. Yeah, you're right, but I could probably put this into a variable, like, but yeah. I do see this happening. Just it prevents you from having to do multiple if statements. Or statements. I think I'll do this right here. So if I have a live stream and I'm not on either the main scene or the low bitrate scene, wait, no, this isn't what I want. If I'm on the Be Right Back stream, if I'm on the, well, it's all of them. Or scene switch settings dot Be Right Back scene. So if I'm not, if the stream is live and I am on one of these scenes, then try doing all the stuff. The main thing I'm trying to fix is if I'm on the getting started scene, this tool should not switch to like Be Right Back or low bitrate or anything else like that. This tool should not do anything unless I'm on one of these three scenes. And then else, okay. What happens if I'm not live? Switching scenes is fine. Like, I'm going to restart OBS again, just to make sure that this is fresh. But I guess that's another thing that I could check. Like, if I am streaming, then do the scene switching. But if I'm not streaming, don't do the scene switching. But here's the deal. So right now, all of this is set up and ready to go. If I click start, I don't want this to switch to Be Right Back or main. It should stay on starting soon. And here, let me connect with a good connection. So right now I'm connected and I have good video, but because I'm not on either main or Be Right Back, I don't want it switching for me. But let's say I'm out in the real world, I click start stream, and then I manually switch to main. This is good. This is good. But if the stream goes down, I want it to go to Be Right Back. But if I change it to thanks for watching and the stream comes back up, I don't want it to switch to main or Be Right Back. So that's all of the if statements that I just did. So because right now it's technically live. Like if I went over here, it's I guess in a second. Yeah, it's technically live, but I didn't want it to switch to that if I'm on any scene that's not one of these three scenes. That's a good place to end it. It is, yeah, it's a it's a bit of a decision tree. It could definitely use some refactoring. Like, let's zoom out. Like, having it zoomed way in also really makes it hard to read all of these if statements. But if the stream is live and I am not on one of these scenes, then let's try to decide what scene I should be on based on low bitrate threshold or whatever else. But if I am live and I am not on one of these scenes, and I am on one of these scenes, and the current scene is not Be Right Back, then switch to that. Yeah. Okay. I'm pretty happy with this. The fact that I got this done in like 4 hours-ish, and this is really cool, and it does all the things that I want it to do. I'm happy about that. And also I could publish this really quick. So if someone else wanted to use this for their stream, let's build it and publish it. Why is there a C? There's a C key being held down. C. Cool. So now it's published there. So what I can do is I can add a browser source as this URL instead of just like localhost. Let me do something else really quick though. Cool. And see you, Soja King. Thank you for dropping in. I haven't eaten in front of this keyboard. Cool. But now what that means is I can take this URL and then over here, instead of I call this like local, and this will be IRL scene switcher prod. I guess this is production. And apply that, and then close the local one. So now that one's not running, and then I can do all of this. So that should connect. It's got the default settings here. Set the pull rate. I'll have to set up all my scenes. So like main, be right back. Low bit rate. And then start. So now, anyone else out there that's using SRT Live Server can use this deployed URL. So I'll have to put this on GitHub and in the README, but this is how they can use it. But if I kill the stream, it goes to be right back. Great. If I start it back up for a second, it's interesting. I didn't consider this, but when the stream starts back up, technically it is at a lower bit rate. So it is interesting that that's actually what's going to happen. It's going to go from be right back to low bit rate to main. Yeah. Yeah, and what is it? Glad to hear it. Thank you for tuning in. Yeah, I think we're trying to come up with like what's the best wording for this overlay? Like buffering. Buffering is probably the most universal word for this. Some like non-technical users might not know what like low bitrate means. So the OBS instance is always localhost. So this is always going to be localhost because it's connecting to the OBS that it's embedded inside of. I guess technically I should add an option for host here because you don't have to add it as an OBS scene, and you could have this just open in your web browser. Technical difficulties? Oh, thank you, Dai. Flashbacks to real player buffering. This also doesn't have to be localhost. Like I think there's like BellaBox Cloud. They basically give you an SRT server in the cloud, and so you would put that URL here instead of localhost. But yeah, I'm proud of what we built today, and we're gonna build more too. So like this whole like low bitrate thing, I want to know that this is happening when I'm IRL streaming. So seeing it in the chat would be good as well. And then also just having a chat bot that can give me back all of these stats. Basically, the chat bot can make a request to this if I do like exclamation mark bitrate and like tell me what my current bitrate is. But that's for a future stream. All right. Thank you everybody for watching. First of all, definitely check out my personal channel, W3CJ. I am using an app called Lyrics Broadcaster. So all of that info, not backpack. All of the apps and info is I set up on this page. So the app I'm using is called Lyrics Broadcaster, and it's the thing sending the SRT stream. And then on my computer, I have SRT Live Server running. Oh, thank you, TitanFuss. Cool, clean, and usable code. And thank you to callers. I appreciate that. But definitely follow my personal channel. This is where I'm going to actually do my IRL streams. There's a couple that I did last week, last Thursday and last Wednesday. So I'll be live over here at some point this week. I don't have a schedule, but at some point I'm going to do some IRL streams, and we're going to make use of this thing that I just built. Cool. Somebody mentioned IRL Pro earlier. I'm going to look into it because it looked cool. And the fact that it has like chat embedded, it's like Lyric's Broadcaster but better. I'm definitely going to check it out. I didn't know that it existed before that. Yeah, imagine shouting yourself. I mean, I kind of have to. Like, it's the only way I'm going to grow this channel. Like, there are roughly 300 people here right now, and this only has 185 followers, but that's fine. I'm okay with that because I know that certain people actually don't care about the IRL content. They only care about code, which is fine, which is why I'm doing it on a separate account, at least for now. I think if I can get affiliate on this account and get a decent following within a month or so, then I'll continue over here. If not, then people are just going to have to put up with the IRL streams over here on Coding Garden. Yeah. But yeah, the OBS thing worked out. It worked out. We got our settings here. But that's the thing. I could do a hot tub stream. We could go to a place that has a hot tub and I could IRL stream from there. Okay, I'm gonna head out now. Let's go on a raid. Hopefully, there we go. If you are a sub, you can use this raid message. If you are not, you can use this one. Yeah, so this is OBS, which is what I use to stream. There actually might be a bug there. I think if I manually click to low bitrate, it won't switch to main. Oh, no, never mind. It's not started. That's why. But yeah, this is what I use to stream. And then this little thing over here is the custom thing that I built today. Okay. See you all soon. Yeah, this was super fun. Thank you, everybody, for hanging out. Lots of good discussion today as well. I had a good time. All right, let's go on a raid. And also follow and check out the schedule. Because I'll be live tomorrow for a code Q&A, I believe. Is that what I have scheduled? Yeah. So if you are a coder and you have questions, show up tomorrow and I'll do my best to answer them. All right, let's get out of here. Wherever you are in the world, have a wonderful morning, afternoon, evening, or night. And until next time, here's this.